is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 2 members present.
That's all right. I remember it.
Otherwise, if council members could take their seat, we can get started. I did. If council members could take their seats, we can get started as we have a quorum in the chambers.
There she is. Bella Burns. What took you so long? What took you with her last week? Oh, that's what it, okay, then. So Mark, you don't ever show up at the main center, man. They can give me all stuff. Man, they can, I'll be down there.
Ms. Johnson, if you could take your seat, we can get started.
So which building is the one where you did the park? This is the next one.
Ms. Johnson, Councilwoman of the Third Ward, if you could take your seat, we could get the meeting started.
Okay, go with it. Okay. Come on, baby. Take all that food and give it to me. That's what you can do, Councilman. You can't take all that food from and give it to me. You ain't no good. You can't take all that food from him and give it to me. You ain't right, D.
So what can we do now? What can y'all do now?
Madam Clerk, we have quorum. Could you please do roll call for the record?
All right, it is 5:07 PM, and we will redo the roll call to establish a quorum. Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat? Present. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. Reading of disorderly persons, city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agenda changes or additions? Any requests for agenda changes or additions? Third time, any requests for agenda changes or additions? Hearing none, it's now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. Madam Clerk, who is our first public speaker?
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable so far.
Hello, Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. For the record, I live at 759 East Linden Avenue, right in the graveyard. It should be, because I can see the gravestone from my backyard. Anyway, and to you, Madam President, to you too, Madam Burns, 6th Ward, I want to know, was you absent because you convinced them kids in Grand Blanc to have a walkout on them so-called ISIS in Flint? And answer me tonight for the people to know, because after I gave you that poster, Robin McNeely was killed in Grand Blanc just for going on taking care of nieces and stuff in Grand by the house situation. And I figured you done told them kids to protest on the stuff, because you weren't here last week. And you the only one stand up to them. Them ISIS been in this Flint for 5 years, and you the only one motivate them kids to put it on Front Street while everybody else looking like a deer in headlights. Look at that lawyer over there, our lawyer over there, got messing with our grant money and stuff, and messing with our poison money and giving them people's checks, and then you go to the doctor, and then the people say if you get that water money, you ain't gonna get no Medicaid. I said, what the? I said, you ain't gonna get my blood then. I ain't no all that. They let me know that you that these Flint peoples ain't nothing but tricksters, like that pickpocket man. The mayor got a nickname, pickpocket, we the peoples. But now, I'm glad the students waking up in Grand Blanc to check them popos out there, because this ain't no joke. People's getting killed, and people's in Flint, like Miss Priestley nephews told me she ain't gonna like it's normal to walk down the street in front of a whole lot of darkies, and the darkies looking like they gonna go get their guns and they get arrested because they don't know how to get out of jail. The popo take they pistols and they get a lawyer, and the lawyer be on the judge side, and that's all right. The British is here, and the British is coming again, and we as the colored peoples, give me liberty or give me death. A darky said that. You got that, Mashak, and welcome aboard, and congratulations for the president and superintendent president. The man, I can't hardly get them words straight, but stay tuned, America, in New York. I approve this message. R.L. Mitchell.
And the next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
Good evening. I see Marwan isn't here tonight. I saw on one of the committees that you all was going to be talking about the water over Brownell, so I thought I would come in and speak about it now. We had over 21, I think it was 21 water main breaks, and people don't understand how critical that is with a system that's fragile like ours, especially being after the Flint water crisis. Do you all have you all asked, have they done bacteria testing? Have y'all asked them how much money are we going to spend? 21 water main breaks, that's a lot of water that they have to produce, especially with that many water breaks. Probably have to double the consumption that we're taking in from Gleewood. Have y'all asked Marwan what license do he have? Does he have a F1, a S1, a D1, a A for sewer? I know he has an S4, and the S4 is for beginners. Why do we have a deputy director that's over the workers that doesn't have these licenses? Do you think, and my question to him would be, do you think that our water is safe? And if he say yes, which he'll be going off the LCR sampling, and they only sample 60 tests, 60 homes every 6 months. You have over 30,000 plus customers. How can you determine that our water is safe with just 60 samples with over 30,000 customers? And then asking, can you drink the water without a filter? EPA states that you cannot, as long as they are changing the service lines. They say you cannot drink the water without a filter. So if you cannot drink the water without a filter, our water is not safe, because if you cannot drink it straight from the tap, my opinion is it's not safe. He was over service lines in Detroit. He doesn't know our system. And when you speak to Councilwoman Lewis, when she go to find money or find someone to test over on Brownell, which it should be all the way up to Flushing Road on Ballinger, have her to go to MDHHS. It's not Eagle. Oh, it's not Eagle. It's MDHHS. When we were transferring over to see if the secondary water source worked, every 25% out of 100%, MDHHS tests for everything in the water. So you would go to MDHHS to ask them to come in and test over on Brownell. If they don't test, you would ask them for the money, because that's where it would come from. Thank you.
The next speaker is Byron Bosser Jr.
Good evening. So my name is Brian Boston Jr. Oh, sorry about that. So, good evening. My name is Brian Boston Jr., and I just want to come up here and just say a few words. I am a resident of the 7th Ward, and I've been a resident of the 7th Ward, have elders, grandparents, everything like that. I am coming before you to speak humbly in full support of Darrell Ramon Brown and running for the 7th Ward. In that, he's a great listener, he's a great leader, and a great man of accountability. Inside of that, the type of things that's been going on in the 7th Ward and just seeing the ups and downs as I've been a kid to adult now. Just there's no, I just feel like there's no presence that's being seen inside of that. I have not seen much leadership in that, and I have not seen much change. And I feel it's a disconnect within our community right now. So in that, I mean by the elders and our youth. Our youth is the future. Our elders is the past. Now, I'm not saying that their wisdom in anything does not resonate, but our youth is the future. And in order to bring them together and to understand, we need a person of leadership, accountability, and effort. That's my biggest thing, that effort and accountability. Now, inside of that, Darrell carries all of that. He's a man of integrity, strong accountability. And I've watched this man give the shirts and the shoes off his own body when nobody's looking. Now, inside of that, that's the type of person, the type of leader we need around us. We need somebody that hear a problem, find that solution, and create a new outcome. And that's the biggest thing. And I'm 25 years old. So me coming up here and speaking and spreading my voice right now and spreading concern to that, I just feel like, my friends, peers, all of that around my age group and younger, they don't know anything about this. And we're looking to educate. That's the biggest thing. We need education on the wards, the legislators, all of that type of stuff, because the things in our city that's going on, that's a big problem. And our youth is not inside of that, or they have no understanding of that. And that's the biggest thing I would say. So I'm just understanding that right now we need change. And that's my biggest concern. And the youth is the future now, man. So if we can get some understanding to connect to our youth, that'd be a big change for the city in general. We talking about water and everything like that, but you know how many of us been affected by that? My mom lost a child by that water crisis. So it's a lot of that hits home. So my little brother, he went through things through the water crisis. So it's just a big change that needs to happen. I feel like the youth is the future. So if we can get the youth present and understanding this, which is education, and bringing that community and that bridge that gap together, then we can make that change. And Darrell Brown has been nothing but accountable and showing that effort to do that when nobody's looking. So thank you.
Next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? I'm finna be the messenger today. This Friday at Burston, we having a community healing in the neighborhood resource and job fair at Burston, and that's from 10 to 2 p.m. Also has been talking to a couple of residents about their concern, and one of them happened to text me today because I've been going live trying to get people down here today. And they text me and they want to know, please ask again on my behalf for the deputy DPW director to come in person and give an update on pipe replacement and how much is remaining in the ARPA funds. Now to what I came up here for. Y'all got a chance to stand with the residents of Flint. There is a GWEWA meeting next Wednesday coming up in Detroit. And this is maybe y'all getting close to the last time for y'all to stand with the residents of Flint. And I would like for y'all, if y'all do choose to come, to say, like, I just give an example that I was up there and I was a councilman. I'm Rich Jones, I'm the council person from the 3rd Ward in Flint, Michigan, and I'm here standing with the residents of Flint. That's it. We're not expecting any takeover, but we do want y'all to stand with us. And let me say this about the late Quincy Murphy and the late Eric Mays. I wouldn't have had to be up here if they was on the city council. Because they would have been at the meetings with Miss Claire. They would have been helping Miss Claire plan stuff. And they would have already been in y'all butts for the ones that y'all like to follow. I want to say this about Eric Mays. I called him Mr. Everywhere. And the reason why I called him Mr. Everywhere, because he stood up with the residents. He didn't always have to be the center of the camera. He showed up to stand with residents. And a lot of time residents have came to y'all and y'all have pointed them where to go. What he would have did, he would have made those connections for them, or maybe made the connections with them. And I'm not saying that y'all don't, because everything ain't to be public. Just like when it comes to the Ray Vaughn situation, it's a group that I asked, have y'all talked to the parents? So I don't know which one of y'all are talking to them or have y'all, but y'all did not stand with the family. Thank you.
The next speaker is Claire McClinton.
Good evening, council. I'm just here to underscore the announcement that Rich Jones just made. We could talk about the fact that none of our elected officials last February showed up at the hearing of the Great Lake Water Authority, GLEWA, where we in the city of Flint get our water. The rest of the county get their water from, we all know, KWA. But we in Flint get our water from what was once Detroit Water and Sewer, GLEWA, Great Lakes Water Authority. They're coming around again to raise the water rates. We already pay among the highest in the nation. There will be a hearing about this a week from today at 1 o'clock at 735 Randolph Street in Detroit. The GLEWA system services, so we're not alone in this assault on our quality of life. Guess who's with us in this? Wayne County, Oakland County, Macomb County, and then us in the middle, the city of Flint. So it's a lot of people that's going to be affected by this. And the question is, will our elected officials in Lansing and here in the city of Flint speak on our behalf? We cannot tolerate a water rate hike. We cannot, after all we have been through. We are planning on going, some of us are going to go down to Detroit about the hearing, but you will be able to get on the call through Zoom. If anybody needs information, here's a phone number. I'll give it twice to call for information. 810-884-3595. Again, 810-884-3595 to get more information about how you can call and voice your concerns by phone, by Zoom, or in person. This is a critical issue, and all of these people that's jumping up here running, talking about, I want to be your governor, I want to be your state rep, your state senator, I want to go to Congress for you. We're going to see where you're going to be on this issue. See if you're going to represent us on this, our livelihood. Thank you.
Our final speaker for this meeting is Diane Thornton.
Hi, I'm Diane Thornton, 4th Ward. I'm also a member of the Color of Law. When most of you have known that we have been out feeding the homeless all winter long. and it's been a long, cold winter. But I'm up here to thank everybody that has donated, cooked, come out and helped us serve. We are up to feeding 80 people 3 times a week. So, like I said, I just wanted to come up here and thank everybody that has reached out to us, that has donated. We're still feeding the homeless. We have a Facebook page. You can look us up on that. We also have a Cash App. If you want to come out and help us serve, get a hold of one of us. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Madam Chair, that was the final speaker.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask that. It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to do a council response? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I want to thank everyone that is who is here and for your speaking. I'm going to address Ms. Clara McClinton in regard to the Great Lakes Water Authority, which the meeting is February 25th at 1 o'clock. I want to give some more information because I will be there. And I spoke with you last year and I told you, I didn't know because I would have been there. The address for those, if you want to send questions by mail, you need to make sure you get them in. You're going to send it to the Great Lakes Water Authority at 735 Randolph, Randolph, Detroit, Michigan, 48226. If you choose to, there's also a Zoom option. The Zoom conferencing, and there's a number, I know Ms. McClendon had given that information. If you go in person, it's going to be on the 5th floor at the 735 Randolph Street, Detroit, Michigan. And you can also mail in questions if you have, during that time. If you are a person who is disabled, because we want to make sure everyone can attend, if you require special accommodations due to a disability, you need to contact CEO at glwater.org or 844-455-4592. They are requesting that if you have a disability, to contact them 24 hours or 72 hours ahead of time so they can make sure that they can accommodate you. But Ms. McClinton, there's something I'm going to get into in another meeting because that revolving loan is tied to raising our water rates. And I'll speak with you personally on that as I have looked into that because of our infrastructure, that administrative consent order, we're going to end up paying one way or another. So we all need to be there at that meeting.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to thank all the residents who came out today. Also, I was at, I'm gonna call her Mother Claire McClinton's event that she had last week with the white collar. I enjoyed myself as long as I can stay. I wish I could have stayed a lot longer. I am gonna try to request to get that Wednesday off as well, so I can also be there as well, but I have to try to put in a request to be off, but I am going to do my best to try to be there. But thank everybody for who came today.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
thank you. So I would like to take time out to acknowledge the motorsports event that took place at the University of Michigan, Flint. They brought in a lot of African-American NASCAR racers, Indy teams, as well as the Dunk Master, who's been seen on Vice TV, to help show our scholars that there are so many careers out here when we're dealing with motorsports. And I would like to give a big thank you to the Mass Transportation Authority, and his team, Mr. Ed Benning, for supplying transportation for the scholars at home, STEM Academy, as well as the Eagles Nest Academy. So that trip would not have been possible if it was not for the MTA. So definitely thank them for their continued service and partnerships, and also thank the administration at Home STEM Academy and Eagles Nest Academy for deeming it necessary for their scholars to be there. Also, just want to highlight a few other things that's taking place on the north side. We have the Senior Appreciation Brunch, which is taking place this Thursday, tomorrow at the Mays Center, and it is from 10 to 2 o'clock. All seniors are welcome, so please come and get appreciated, because you are appreciated. You are essential to this city. We're going to have different people there, such as the Food Bank, Genesee Health Plan, Consumers Energy, Flint Office of Public Health, and many others. So please come. These are your tax dollars at work. The other thing is we're having our second annual Black History program where we are commemorating scholars. The second ward is working with our poet laureate, Samaj Brown, to infuse literacy into art. And so we have some presentations from our students as well as some visual presentations from Burton Glenn. So we want to invite the community to come out for that. And last but not least, please mark your calendars for March the 21st for our Women's Empowerment Brunch. And it is sponsored by the state rep, myself, and also Ms. Kristen McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Hearing none, I'll entertain an emotion to approve to send the consent agenda to council. It's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Is there support? Yes. You support that? Supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward. Is there any separations?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
separate entire agenda, please.
Entire agenda? Okay, both separation.
It's very short. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Thank you for
Our
the
first resolution is 260050, contract with MDOT Bridge Rehabilitation Projects. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Motion to send 260050 to council.
It's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 6th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward to send to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Is Mr., and I'm gonna say his name, Marwan, or who would be over this project? Who's over this? They're sending who? Yeah, that's.
Hi, guys.
Hi, how are you? What's your name?
Joe Janeski.
And how long have you been here at the city?
About 2 years.
First time I've seen you here. What is your title?
Transportation Accounting Coordinator. So I can talk to like the financing of this. It's actually a really good program. We pay 5% of the total cost for the bridges. That's
it for the program?
Yeah.
So, so this program, state that again.
How this works is MDOT will it's an LAP, which is a local agency project. So MDOT will kind of project manage it. And then what we do is we just get invoiced at 5%. So it's a really big benefit to the city.
So how much is it going to cost for us?
Yeah, these projects are projects in which MDOT runs the project. That means they select the engineer for the project and they select the construction company. We don't have any say-so in that. They're paying.
Which bridge is this?
It's in if you look in the staff review.
And I'm sorry, I have been out with the flu, is not to make sure
no problem.
Gave it to my colleagues.
It's the bridge related.
Is that one by my brother's keeper?
That's one of them. It's 2 bridges.
It's 2. So it's that one, and what's the other one?
Beach Street and Garland?
Yeah, it's kind of there. It's not Grand Traverse.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Beach Street and Garland Street. And then we have East Boulevard Drive over Kersley Creek. So 2 bridges in this MDOT contract. And it's really like, they're not getting replaced. What it is they're doing like necessary maintenance work to it.
So if we're doing that one by my brother's keeper, I thought we were replacing that one.
No, that's a different one.
I'm sorry,
That's-
that's Grand Traverse.
That's that one's not in there?
No, not this one. That one's being done internally, different projects.
Yeah, because that one's really bad. You pray when you drive across that one. Okay, and so when they start on these repairs?
That's a good question. It's slated for fiscal year 27.
Slated for 27.
Yeah, but it's really determined by MDOT and their bid process.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, of course, not a problem.
Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing, any discussion in the second round? See no movement. This is the vote to send resolution 260050 to council.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next resolution is 260051 for Truck and Trailer Specialties Incorporated to purchase 4 one-ton dump truck beds. Is there a motion on the,
Madam Chair,
go ahead.
motion to send 260051 to council.
Support. It's been moved by the councilwoman in 6th Ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward to send to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
looks like Paul's on his way up here. Yeah. Madam Chair, with you to Paul Simpson. Paul, I thought you retired again.
Just visiting a little bit.
Just visiting, okay, okay. Went to school with you, so.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is just the beds?
Yeah, so the 5-1 is for the beds for the truck, which you had already approved last year, but because of the production, they got postponed, so it got moved over into this year. So the beds they're for the easy dump trucks, the 1-ton easy dump trucks that we have. So the beds are already been built, ready to, they've already put one on one of the trucks.
So they're just missing the beds. So each bed is about $24,000?
Yeah, so they're upgrading the beds, new safety lights, steps.
So outfitting the trucks?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's for 4 trucks, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And these trucks are used at the Water Service Center?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you for starting to walk up before we didn't lose 35 seconds. You're like, oh, this is me, I'm up, and then I'm out.
I get started early. I got a real slow waddle nowadays.
I know. All right, I yield the floor.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Paul? 2 quick questions.
Yes, sir.
So what are they used for?
So the easy dumps, we use them for carrying sand, parts, any aggregates that we cold patch when we're out patching some of our water main break cuts or excavations that we've done.
So just to follow up to that, so $25,000 doesn't seem unreasonable, but it seems high to me. It seems to me that we should be able to get, is there a reason we don't use dump trailers instead of these dump beds that wear out fairly quickly? Dump trailers cheaper than $25,000.
This is a vehicle that we can drive. A trailer, you're gonna have to have another vehicle to pull it. So
These trucks aren't capable of pulling it?
these trucks have the dump bodies on them. The trucks that we have now, they have the dump box raises on it.
Okay, so these are strictly only for a dump, they don't also tow?
We can show minor stuff, compressors and smaller things like that. It's just a 1-ton pickup truck.
What are the capabilities of these dump beds?
That's what carries the sand, stone, any backfill that we may need for all the excavations, instead of having to use a dump truck. We use them for our
No, so
water
like a
service crews.
towable, hydraulic dump trailer, that's a 5-ton capabilities. It seems like that would be cheaper than a $25,000 bed.
Well, these are way better to use.
I'm sorry?
These are way better to use. We've used them forever. For my whole career here, we've always used these kind of trucks.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And why are you back?
Pardon me?
Why are you back? Why are you back for this abuse?
I'll just come back to help out a little bit.
Thank you, Paul.
You got it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? See no movement, and since no one used up all their time, we'll go ahead and call for the roll call vote. This is to the vote to send 260051 to council.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next resolution is 260052, a grant from Burns, I think, State Crisis Intervention Program, fiscal year 26. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to send Resolution 260052, grant for Burns State Crisis Intervention Program, fiscal year 26 to council.
There's a motion on the floor by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward to send 260052 to council. Is there second, supported by councilwoman in the 6th Ward?
Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Thank you. Is there someone in the back who can speak to this resolution, Madam Chair?
Is there anyone who could speak to this resolution?
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you, Ms. You got me.
Mrs. Caruth. No,
Ms.
but-
Cruz, thank you.
How you doing?
I just a couple of quick questions. So this is a DOJ grant, right?
Yes,
All right. And the total amount of it, 393,600?
correct.
Okay. And then what sort of things will be covered in this particular grant?
So it's going to focus on de-escalation tactics, focused primarily with youth, gun violence intervention, as well as outreach
Okay.
around gun violence intervention.
And will we be running those intervention programs ourselves? Is this going to be with the police? Are we going to work with community groups?
So we actually partner with the Flint Public Health Youth Academy as well as Power Initiative and Michigan State University. So those organizations were written into the grant.
Okay. And can you tell me, are there any specific, and you just said those three, so could you tell me about the three specific programs, specifically about those three programs?
Yep, 1 second. I'll read off what was written into the actual grant.
Mhm.
So Michigan State University will be the evaluator for the grant for the entire cycle through June of 2027. The Flint Public Health Youth Academy will provide a public health activity-based framework. They will lead youth engagement, discussions, and convenings around gun violence. And then the Power Initiative will provide strategic support and digital infrastructure. They will manage documentation systems and coordination, and they will also support development and implementation of youth-led initiatives.
Okay, and so with the, it's a public health, right? What exactly is their initiative? And my question is because it's violence intervention, right? And so most of the time, sometimes when these programs are being run, it's either youth that are already being connected or that have already been connected, or it's youth that maybe their parents might force them. Is this grant in any way going to be used to maybe reach some people who may have long absences from school, or there might be we might not have to have that ready connection to them?
Yeah, so the Flint Public Health Youth Academy, they already work with youth. They host town halls around gun violence. And we will also target the most at-risk youth. And they do a lot of programming throughout the city already that focuses on gun violence intervention.
When we say we target the most at-risk youth, how are we finding them? Say they're not in school, or how are we connecting to them?
So our evaluator, we already partner with them through the Community Violence Intervention Program. So we do have hotspot mapping. We already have our Community Safety Collaborative. So we can use those people that are already a part of that initiative, excuse me, to refer those youth to the program as well.
You said hotspot map.
Yes, hotspot mapping. So we use the Flint Police Department. We use that crime data, and then we use GIS tools to create hotspot mapping.
Okay, I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you. You said the second agency, they do what? You said there were three, but the second one, I didn't
The
hear.
Power Initiative.
Yes, what do they do?
So they're going to help with like the systems development. So they'll oversee any convenings that we have. They'll help us with any structures that we need help with as far as programming goes. So they keep
Is
things.
this the first time we got this grant?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things, do we have a comprehensive public safety plan for the city of Flint?
We have one for the Community Violence Intervention Program, and I sent that to you a few months ago.
Yeah, have you looked at other cities where it's more comprehensive? Because if you're saying hotspot mapping is where we're taking data, we know there are issues. We know that in Flint, there are issues everywhere.
Right.
And they're not signing up to come. They're not. I mean, if I'm out there making, and they flashing their money, $2,000 a week, and I'm tearing up my community, I don't have regard for life. And if I make it to 18, I feel like I've made it to 72, because this is the mentality. In 2024, we had 10 children who were shot in the city of Flint. 6 of them are fatal. This city should have declared a public health emergency on children's lives, and it wasn't done. Children are getting shot, sleeping in their bed, dead, shot dead, who had nothing to do with this. And so when we're saying, well, now let's get and it's not you.
Sure.
I know that it needs to be more aggressive, because I said to Chief Green, since 2020, he needs a comprehensive public safety plan. It should have been a public health emergency. We got a gang problem, a bad one. I mean, we have a bad one, not a little one. I mean, I don't know how many bodies I've seen these kids shooting each other. I've been to Hurley Hospital where a mother had both of her children shot. The child ran into a tree. And it's not blocks away. This is on my street, 2 blocks away. This is Donaldson and Berkeley. I had a child on Labor Day 2024, 2 of them teenagers shot on the corner of Berkeley and Ballinger. And so I would like to see something more aggressive, because they walk around and they don't care. We know where they're at. We know that they're on the corner of the Marathon Station. We know that. We know they party there. They used to party at Sunoco until I got with the owner and said, hey, this is not what we gonna do. But Marathon, you will see them videotaping. They gather there. We know that they on Long Way. We know that they still drag race. We know that because you hear it. You can hear them drag racing way over into the 7th Ward, because that sound carries almost to Center Road, and you hear it. And so we know what the problems is, but we fail to do what we need to do, which is enforce the laws. This needs to be stronger. Maryland was serious about violence interrupters. Detroit was serious about violence interrupters. So was Portland, Oregon. We're talking about our youth. People need to be outraged. Our youth are getting killed. I don't know if anyone had to tell a parent that that's your child, they're dead, and they haven't even covered them up yet. I did. I had to tell a father that was his son shot at the KJ store on Flushing Road. And thank God for Michigan State Police, because my mouth froze, which it never does. And Sergeant Jarrett told him, I know. he told him, but the child was dead. I've seen so many of these children. Canterbury, 13-year-old shot while sleeping. So I would like to see this program, this is a Band-Aid, and this is to say we're doing something, but we're not doing enough. We're not, these kids don't volunteer to go get help in programs, because if you don't get a hold to them before the streets become their life. And a lot of these young men and young women are taking care of their families with their illegal drug activity. They become the head of the household. We got to start talking about what it is. I don't see, I mean, it's a grant. It needs to be something more. A lot of it looks like it's data gathering to see what we are going to do. We can go from past data and look that we have a gun violence problem. They're not doing gun buyback programs, because if you give me $300 or $400 for a gun, that same gun sell for $2,500 on the street. They got blickies with the clips where they doing 100 rounds. So this needs to be much more aggressive than data collection, because we got a violence problem with guns.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So is there anyone here that can speak to the services provided by the Flint Public Health Youth Academy? Is there anyone here for that?
No.
Okay. Here's my problem with this one. This is a resolution that basically says, yes, we can accept it, and yes, we're going to spend it, and we're going to spend it this way to these people. And to be honest with you, I've never heard of Flint Public Health Youth Academy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's Dr. Ken Key. He's done a lot of public health work within the city of Flint,
And
specifically at Michigan State University.
but I don't know how it, I don't see anything on their webpage or anything what they have anything for violence intervention, and we're giving half of our grant to them. So shouldn't we have something from them saying that they're capable of doing this type of work?
I mean, they go
Because
to,
according to their website, they don't have any previous experience on this, or we've never used them before on this.
so they've hosted multiple, like I said, they've hosted multiple town halls around gun violence. And they also go to the American Public Health Association every year to present with youth around gun violence.
Okay.
And I'm sure I can get you plenty of publications from Dr. Ken Key around gun violence as well.
So what are they going to do with this money? They're going to hold more town halls?
That'll be a part of the outreach, but they'll actually be doing programming to reduce gun violence. So they'll be
Can you
teaching
expand on what
de-escalation.
type of program they're going to provide?
So they'll specifically be doing de-escalation tactics. That's the purpose of the grant from the Michigan State Police.
Now, I would be ecstatic if they were providing de-escalation to our police officers, but you're saying they're going to provide de-escalation to the community?
Yes, because you will, I don't know if you've ever looked at the grant or looked at a grant, but you know, it has to be very specific to the target areas that they put in the award. So we had to pick a certain area. And so the area was specific to kids, teaching them de-escalation tactics.
So before Monday, can you send us what an example of the services that they are going to provide and their history of this, as well as any metrics or anything that we expect to get from these programs?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Mr. Pfeiffer, do you think it would be beneficial if we asked Dr. Kinke to come here?
Yeah, absolutely.
If we could do that?
If they can present something to us and say that this is our program and, this is how we're going to use these dollars and this is how we're going to help the community. I mean, that's what.
I mean, that's fine. He can do that. However, we do have a deadline to get this contract submitted back to the Michigan State Police, or we lose the grant.
Monday.
Yeah, so can you check to see if you can come on Monday?
Mhm.
Maybe,
We have until Friday, the 27th, to get this contract signed.
that's fine. So maybe if we can.
Or we lose the
Maybe
grant,
if we
but yeah.
can, Mr. Vice President, if we can have a special discussion on special orders or special affairs beforehand so we can get to him early in the night, and then I will,
Just
Send
Just
special
send the,
ed.
just send the resolution.
okay. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you're asking, do we want this to move to special
Yeah.
affairs?
Yeah, just
Okay.
move it to
All right, I make a motion to move it.
There's a motion on the floor supported by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward, to send resolution 260052 to special affairs. The vote.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Those-
Madam Chair,
That will be sent to special affairs. Yes, ma'am.
can we make sure that the clerk, make sure we extend that invitation to Dr. Key so that he can have someone here on Monday for special affairs to speak, to answer those questions?
Please do that. Okay, our next resolution is 26, and I think this is our last one. 260053 for MTech Company to purchase one hydro evacuation truck. Excavation. Truck. My little comment note was over the word. I was guessing at what it was.
Madam Chair, make a motion to send whatever that resolution to council.
It's been moved by the councilwoman in the 6th ward, supported by a councilwoman in the 7th ward, to send 260053 to
I know what
council.
hydrovac is. Oh,
Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair. Hi, Paul.
Hello.
So hydrovacing. So is this the truck with the, tell me what this truck is, because I want people to know. I know what it is.
So very similar to what sewer department uses. We use it for the water side for excavations. So it minimizes having to excavate with the backhoe on a lot of the jobs that we do, especially on the residential side as far as service lines.
So this is the same truck that the companies who were using for the service lines, where they put it in the ground, take a look at a small portion of the service line to determine if it's galvanized, lead, and they put it. So what do we need this truck for if we're paying someone to do service lines?
No, this is for daily work. This is
for-
not just to
Can you pull your
identify.
microphone? Sorry.
This is for everyday work that we do. So
Your
when
everyday work, and how
Yes.
how is it utilized in everyday work?
We're out for turn-offs or turn-ons. The curb boxes are offset. So we, instead of having to excavate to dig up the curb box to reset it over the shutoff valve, we can just vac it right over the valve, over the box itself. It's just a small hole, so then we can reset the box. We can set it right back on top of it. Minimal backfill, minimal damage to the yard, way more efficient. So we use it for a lot of.
Did we
different
have a
purposes.
truck like this before?
We have one now.
We have one now. Is
Yeah.
something wrong with it?
Yeah, well, it's getting old.
How
It's
old
already
is it?
7 years old.
Does it still, I mean?
Yeah,
what's-
it works, it runs. I mean, we're getting to where we're starting to do repairs on it, so. And then along with that, we already got quotes for this. We've already looked at a trade-in, so they're gonna give us a trade-in towards the new one as well.
So this was not in the budget then?
It's in the budget. It's budgeted, for sure.
So this
Or
truck is
The vehicle amount's there.
So we adopted 25's budget. I think it was for, and maybe you can answer this, Judy, for 26 or
We adopted the 25 budget
for 26, right? And so this truck is $424,109.86.
Yes.
It's a lot.
Oh, yeah, they are a lot.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a big piece of equipment,
yeah.
but it minimizes a lot of the damage that we'd do if we had to excavate with the backhoe.
How often would you use this truck? Daily?
Daily.
Daily?
Yes.
So is this a truck that you would use to Give me an example what you would use it to.
We, for a lot of purposes, I mean, it's just like our valve boxes out in the street. So that's on the service side of things, a smaller portion. But we use it on our main breaks as well. Other utilities are in our holes where we can't
You say our
excavate.
main breaks?
Yes,
How many main breaks? Look, people calling me on Saturdays and Sundays.
it's winter time.
Yeah, are we up in breaks this year?
Pardon me?
Are we up in water main breaks? Because I got,
Yeah, we got
2 days ago, there were 14 breaks.
it was about
I mean,
20.
I know because our ground is thawing. I know we average about 250 breaks a year. But are we over that? I mean, our system is old.
No, we're not over that.
We're not
yet.
over that?
No, it's just, I mean, it's a busy time right now. We got
Yeah.
over 3 feet of frost in the ground at the moment.
Right.
So, and now you're getting ready to have a quick thaw, so that changes as well. So you got the fluctuation.
Oh, I know.
So,
And then people get worried when they see the,
oh yeah, it's an old system.
yeah.
So
So
no,
this,
this equipment helps us all the way around in all aspects of our job. So, you know, if there's other utilities in the hole where it makes it real hard for us to excavate with the tractor, we can use the Vector, you know, so that we can identify where the utilities are or get to access our main without damaging any of these utilities when needed.
okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, real quick.
Go ahead.
So, Paul, this is a $700,000 truck?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I thought it was just 4.
No, we're trading in a truck that's worth 225 on top of that, so we're talking $700,000 truck.
Yeah. Everything's expensive. It's a needed piece of equipment, you know, it saves us, it's gonna save you a lot in the long run when you start looking at excavations. If you have to excavate with a backhoe, you're looking at probably an 8x8 hole minimum. So now, and 5 to 7 feet deep, so you start figuring in transporting the aggregates back and forth as far as removing the spoils, bringing in new aggregates to backfill, time, materials, all the above. So it's very efficient actually, and it minimizes the amount of backfill that
So
we need.
is that,
well.
so is this old one that we're trading in is a 2019? So are we assuming that these have a 6-year lifespan? Or how much, I guess, if this was denied, I'm not saying it's going to be, but what is the current lifespan of the one that we currently have that's a 2019, if we had to stick with that one?
Well,
Besides it
well,
getting old, is there
yeah,
anything
well, I mean,
broken with it?
we're doing repairs on it continuously. I mean, there's always stuff failing. It's no different than driving a vehicle every day. This gets used, you know, it gets used multiple times a day sometimes. So, you know, it gets used, it gets the equipment, get the parts, everything. It's just, like I said, it's no different than a vehicle.
Okay.
You get to a certain lifespan, and you've got to start replacing brakes. You got to start replacing.
Is it the
major
vehicle
parts.
that itself that is falling apart, or or the equipment itself?
Equipment as well.
Okay.
I mean, we do some of the repairs ourselves to save us from having to turn it in to go get it repaired. Minor stuff we can do ourselves, but you know, it's getting to that point where it'd be more beneficial to, you know, upgrade with the new one and get some
Is the new one the exact same capabilities, or is it
Yes.
different? Is it better capabilities? What?
It's-
Usually we get the quote and it lays out all of the things from the vendor. We don't have that.
I
so
have a quote right here if you want.
I'm fine if you just answer. What is it, the exact same, or has it got better capabilities? What?
It's the same similar truck, a different company, and the sewer department's already purchased 3 of them already.
From this manufacturer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So
And they got no issues with them?
No issues at all.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep, you got it.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you, through you to the speaker. So right now, we already have 3 of these trucks in use.
Sewer department side, not water. This is for water.
Okay, I understand.
Yep.
That's what we have 3 available to the city of Flint. And we're adding a 4th, and you say this 4th, or we're not adding a 4th, we're replacing the one that we have.
Yes.
The 225,000 that we're getting on a trade-in, is that are we losing money on the trade-in, or is it really, are we really gaining something there? Would it be the same difference to keep that and have another truck two trucks available if it's, and I'll use the word only 225,000 on a $700,000 truck? Will we be but further ahead just saying we need to add a truck and keeping this 225 and changing brakes and maybe it not having to be the hard daily driver? We get another 5 years out of that, and now our capacity has doubled.
It's always an option, but I mean, right now you're getting 200, I think it's the 255. So,
I guess I'm thinking. Is it a bad thing to run it into the ground?
Yeah, I don't think you really want to run it in the ground. I mean, if you can get a trade-in value out of it, I think that's better than.
I'm sorry.
So if you can get a trade-in value on it to discount the cost, like you said, it's $700,000. That's a lot of money for a vehicle. Unfortunately, the prices aren't going down.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can get this allows us room in our budget to be able to purchase other vehicles as well.
Are there other vehicles that are needed now?
Yes.
Like?
Right now, they need utility trucks. They have utility trucks that they're working on. That's what carries, our hydrants and our breakers for the tractors, shovels, ladders. Them are past their life expectancy right now. So they're in the process of presenting that as well. So,
okay,
this equipment that we use gets used.
Right.
A lot.
Where are we taking this 500 plus or $500 or so thousand from?
That's
Do you know
what's budgeted. I don't know the exact. I'd have to talk to.
I don't have the.
It's in the. I know she had it in here where she was going to move it from. Let me see here.
So it's going to be. I see where it says they're going to be requesting 700 from the vehicle and equipment budget, making the total allocation 1.7 million because they've already spent $1 million.
The $1 million's been allocated.
$1 million has been allocated. Yeah.
Yes.
In my mind, that's spent. It just might have not have been sent out yet. Okay. Something to think about. Do again, if we were to just add the vehicle and not trade the other in, is there work enough for 2 vehicles? Is that going to make production better in some way or no?
Yeah, with the personnel, I don't know that 2 of them right now for us in water. Sewer departments, the trucks are similar, but sewer department have a couple extra features on theirs that we don't because of jetting and everything that they use. But I think just the one for now would be sufficient for us. I mean, it's worked so far.
The truck that we're trading in, is it the oldest of the fleet of the 4?
No, that's the only truck that we have of that.
Because the other ones have more specialized equipment.
No, this is a Vector. This is a whole different piece of equipment than anything else that we have.
Anything that I'm talking about in the other department, in the sewer, is it the oldest? You said they have 3.
Yes, I believe Jiggy's updated all his equipment as far as the Vectors go.
Okay. All right. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll take a few seconds just to ask this real quick question. I get a lot of complaints about water still being on at homes that should have no water. And can this truck, and some of them have been cemented, the boxes. Will this help remove that area where it's been cemented so that we can replace it and turn it on and off?
Yeah, that's it. This helps with everything that we do. Yes.
Okay, that was my big question. Thank you very
Yeah,
much. Any
yeah, you're
discussion
welcome.
in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Paul, what is the brand name of the truck?
It's through MTech.
Through who?
That's
Is it a Kenworth?
Super Products Mud Dog Vacuum and Hydro Excavation Truck. That's what it's called. But it's through MTech. MTech is the company that we're purchasing it from.
Amtech is the company?
Yes.
What's the brand name of the truck, That's the company.
That I don't know.
Do you have?
It just said Super Products Mud Dog Vacuum and Hydro Excavation Truck. That's what's in here.
So it doesn't state if it's a Kenworth,
that I
Peterbilt,
don't know.
Western Star.
Let me see. That I do not know. Let me
You don't
see.
have, so we spending the money on a truck that we don't know the brand.
Dealers M-Tech, make and model is Super Products Camel Max Series. is what
I
it
didn't
said.
hear you.
Super Products Camel Max Series is the make and model.
The manufacturer of it?
The dealers M-Tech, the make and model is Super Products Camel Max Series.
Okay. That's the dealer, but I'm looking for like the manufacturer. So just like we have GM will make trucks and they'll make those trucks. And those trucks, they'll sell them, then they're outfitted to a company that will outfit it, but their chassis and engine is built on a certain line. That would be Kenworth, Peterbilt, or one of those. So that
Yep.
lets us know what type of torque or the engine or what that truck has. But my other question is, when you look up, and we don't know the name, the average truck, and this is an expensive truck. I get what Councilman Jarrett was stating, because if we're looking and you look up the information, we don't have the name of the truck. You know, the average truck, hydrovac truck, is going to cost new trucks $439,000 to $575,000. That's why I was asking what was the brand, the manufacturer of the truck, because that seems to be rather high.
Well, these are no different than the ones that you approved for the sewer department. They're the same trucks from the same company, so.
Same company, same truck.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's what I'm still, I understand what you're saying. But if he's stating, are we really getting 200,000 back for a trade-in?
Yes.
So they're marketing this truck at 700 and something thousand.
Well, you got to remember, this is 7 years ago when we purchased this truck.
Yeah.
Everything's, the purchase of a brand new vehicle is twice the cost that it was a few years ago, so it's the same with the work vehicles as well.
Yeah, and I get that. And so what I'm saying is, I think where he was getting at it was, would it not be a bad issue? Would it suffice to keep the second truck in case? Because you're saying you're really busy. So why not have the second truck that's here, in case you get that busy, because you're saying you're busy, that they can take the second truck.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
So Paul, my colleague in the Ninth Ward was on to something I didn't think about. Are we sure that this 2019 is the oldest one in the city fleet?
Yeah, the only two places that have them is sewer and water.
And what are the years on the ones in the sewer department?
He's replaced everything in the last few years, the last couple, 2 or 3 years, as far as his Vectors go.
So I guess my question is I've never seen one of these in the wild. So my question is, does sewer need 3 of them?
That'd be like, yes. I mean, you'd have to ask him, but I mean, from where I stand, yes, being here as long as I have, yes.
So on any given day, we've got 4 of these out in the city working.
Yes. He's always had 3 trucks.
I know, well,
we implemented this to our fleet back
we've
in
always used this
2019.
crappy asphalt and it comes up every year. So past history precedent doesn't work.
I hear you.
But I'm like, because this is not a normal pickup truck that we buy off.
No, it's not.
So I'm like, and I drive all over the city, all over all the time. I've never seen one of these vac trucks out there in the wild.
I have.
Have you seen 4 of them?
I've seen one.
One at a time.
You got to drive through the city, not around it.
My question is, do they need 3 of them?
Yeah, that's how they.
Yes, that's for the sewer side. They have
They
a whole
don't-
different ballgame over there.
But they're not using these to.
They're using them to jet and clean the sewer system, which they have just as much mileage of sewer in the city as the water mains that we have. So, I mean, there's all kinds of work that we have to do with this equipment.
So they're not using them, so they're not using them to necessarily remove dirt and do dig ups. They're using them for cleaning sewer.
No, they use them for, so they have a sewer cleaning side and they have a construction side. So they're used daily for cleaning, but the construction side, they do the same thing like us. When they're out there repairing the sanitary or storm sewer mains and they need a vector, they'll bring the vector over to help them do the excavations.
So they're using more on the backside and not the.
They're using them for both over there, and same with us. You know, we have backhoes just like they do, but we also it's a very integral piece of equipment. It helps us out tremendously, and
Okay.
it saves the city a lot.
I was thinking more on the jetting side. I didn't.
Yeah, no, we don't do no
Thank
jettings
you.
on our side.
Okay.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? This is the vote to send 260053 to council.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council.
All right, thank you.
It's now time for our special orders and discussion items. The first one is an audit, City of Flint audit update. Flint Housing Commission, it's a 15-minute discussion requested by multiple council members regarding the city audit update to include details about the status of the Flint Housing Commission audit. I do want to give, you can go ahead and start the time because this is part of that update. I spoke today to the gentleman from Raymond and they submitted a proposal to the Housing Commission. And I'm going to check to see how this ad, they received confirmation of it on the 9th. And I believe this letter actually that we received from the Housing Commission crossed paths, so the timing was different, but that has been submitted, but they have not heard anything on it. So I'll go ahead and who would like to start this conversation?
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Moore, how are you?
Good.
Good. I was hoping because we received a letter, we don't have anyone here from the Housing Authority.
No, we do not.
So the request was to have someone, they sent a letter from the Housing Authority because you won't be able to answer these questions. Because as I'm going over housing debits that were sent, and on this one report, this is $31,000, and with withdrawals, that's after the 9,000. And that's a lot. So I know our audit is going to be off because it was due, because we need to have their audit done. And was it their 24 or 25 was off?
This would be the 25 audit.
Yeah, I'm talking about the ones prior, they had issues with those too.
The 24 audit we included, they had to make some adjustments because it didn't add up quite right.
I'll say, here's a question. Have they received, because on one of this correspondence with the letter, have they received any of the $50 payments?
I can't answer that question. They're a separate.
Okay, well,
Sure.
and then, okay, and I know you can't, because if it's throwing, if this is throwing our audit off because of their audit, and do they know how, the amount of funds that were withdrawn from this account yet?
My understanding is they do, but I mean, for me, it's just hearsay. I don't know that.
You want me to forward you my files?
That'd be helpful.
I will do it right now. I will forward it to you, because I think if we're figuring out, because even with having it audited by the firm, is it Raymond and I forget the other
I
name.
know.
Yeah.
We just got Raymond.
Yeah. I mean, the numbers are going to be off. And if the numbers are off, I don't know how they're going to to fix that, I'm gonna be honest with you. Because if they're still trying to figure it out, and if there haven't been any payments in with the $9,000 is what they had stated, and actually it's more than that, I'm gonna send it to you. I mean, if we say, and this what I have is up to about 41,000. And if we're saying paying 41,000 back at $50 a month, that's gonna take about 65 years, I believe. And I don't know who gets to approve a repayment plan for something that's criminal. So I'm not understanding, and I'm gonna send you these because, and we shouldn't be at this point. And I think, and here's my other question. I believe we can, maybe we need to, I know there was a request to ask the mayor to remove her from the board.
The mayor doesn't actually have that authority.
It has to come to the council by
Has to come from the
resolution.
city council,
But
yes.
he needs to send, the mayor, Neely, needs to send a resolution up that we can approve. He needs to take that action.
I can take that information back. So,
Oh, yeah, because I mean, this has been sent for months. Because the Housing Commission sent requests to the council people before, because they needed assistance. So we can create a resolution, but we don't want to just sit down on his desk if he's not going to sign off on it, because now this is throwing the city off.
I would recommend, before you do that, I'd recommend you talk to the city attorney to make sure you follow
She knows about it because I've talked to her about, let's be transparent. I have talked to Attorney Gurley about this. I have asked for documents before. And so we shouldn't even be at this point, which the audit was due by December, I believe. And we should have had this corrected by now. And it's not corrected. And it's still, because this is going to affect Clark Commons, am I correct? Which receives HUD funds.
I don't know that it'll affect Clark Commons, but we are very concerned about making sure that everything goes right with the Housing Commission, because we both have an interest in Clark Commons.
Well, everybody has an interest in Clark Commons because they were removed from Atherton East because they should have never built there anyways, where they closed up St. John, put black people over there to live. Then it was on Swamp, and now they're just now correcting it from 1965. And now we got a problem with money, and it's not this is a reality what I'm looking at. And the problem is, we shouldn't have to be correcting a problem. But I know the board, it has affected the relationship with HUD because these are federal dollars. Having that account, which was dormant, taking funds from one account to a dormant account where only one person had access to those funds. And in those funds, where we looking at withdrawals, 250, 250, 100, 100, 150, 200, 500, 400, 300. I mean, the withdrawal column is huge. And so I don't even know, Raymond didn't want to take on the city of Flint when they started doing our audits. They may not look at this and change their mind. So I am going to request you, Madam Chair, to the city clerk, that we prepare a resolution, because a letter did go to Mayor Neely. It was taken by the president of the Housing Commission Board. He met with him. He asked him to please have her removed, that it was affecting, they voted, the board voted unanimously. Now, if she is proven to be guilty or not guilty, that's for the courts to do. But the city still has business to do, and this is a hindrance. And so we're at the point the board voted unanimously. And since the mayor has failed to act on this, then it's council's responsibility now to have a resolution for the removal of Ms. Geraldine Redmond. And we can have it on at our next one, maybe through special affairs, because it's been for months. This is over a year, actually. And let us vote on it. And if he wants to hold it up in the mayor's office, let him hold it up there. But we can't hold up the city of Flint business when we got all of this. That's just crazy. I mean, it makes no sense. And that is for the courts to deal with. We know that the board voted her off, and that's between the board and them. And so we're not asking anymore or to check. We'll create our own resolution, and if the mayor doesn't want to take care of business, then he can speak to the residents in Clark Commons and what happened to federal funds, which I'm quite sure the Department of Justice is very interested in. Matter of fact, I believe they were investigating. Matter of fact, the youth to Clyde Edwards, could you come down, please, through you, Madam Chair?
Mr. Edwards.
And Mr. Moore, I am going to send this to you. Hi, Mr. Edwards, how are you today?
Good, thank you.
Good. Is this matter with the Flint, because you had said it before, that it was being investigated by, what's the FBI or Department of Justice? Is it being investigated or has it been investigated?
No, if you're speaking about what the housing, HUD was interested in the housing issue, they sent officials down here, HUD did,
Right.
concerned about the 108, the use of our inventory, and one other thing but they sent people down to have a discussion with us. If that's what you're calling investigation, that is as much as I was involved in when they came down to have a discussion about those resources.
Okay, so, Mr. Moore, I just sent you all of this.
Okay.
And I know what I read your resume before. I know it's going to be very easy for you because I only took accounting 1, 2, and 3. You have clearly taken everything and then some. So, I mean, it is very clear on here with the amount of withdrawals that there was some activity. Mr. Edwards, do you know if any of the payments have been repaid back? Has the $50?
No, I'm not familiar with that circumstance. I know, just what you just mentioned, but I'm not familiar with the agreement and
It's a copy of the letter. You want me to send it to you too?
That's fine. That's fine, but
Yeah,
I'm saying we didn't have any engagement or involvement in that.
Okay, so there is a letter that was sent where she stated she would pay back $50. And I can, Mr. Moore should have it in his, and I'll send it to you. And I'll send it also to our city clerk if it needs to be distributed anymore. But we need to finish up Clark Commons, and this reminds me of the DDA. And the DDA just wasn't right, let's just say it. The DDA had that money missing on the P card, the credit card, and then voila, somebody gave a copy of a certified check, and then the DDA director was gone. And we still don't know how much was put on the P card. I mean, they paid for mink eyelashes, not just cheap, mink eyelashes, and other niceties. And so I'm going to send this to you also.
Request for information.
Yes.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, when you say there's an agreement for the $50, who is that between?
It is between Ms. Redmond, the Housing Commission, and then I was told the mayor.
Okay.
Yes. And I'll send all these, because you guys are readers too. So I'll send it to everybody because it's getting stuck. We have a whole HUD project, Clark Commons, which we don't need to have that stalled or anything. And I'm telling you this, I'm at the point where people cover for people and they need to stop it. Let the authorities take care of it. But we are not in the business of being a payday loan advance. That is not the city's job. And this is just the problem. So I will send all of these, and I'm sorry, I yield the floor. You may want to ask for more time.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we add 5 more minutes, please?
You want to make up that motion?
Yep.
There's a motion on the floor to add 5 more minutes to this discussion item. Is there support? Support. It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Vote, please.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, so we're getting 5 more minutes.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
And I certainly won't take up all this time. I'll yield to my other colleagues. But just to clarify, Madam Clerk, I talked to the city attorney last Monday, and I also asked you as well. Well, I asked the city attorney to get us a resolution for a public hearing. I've yet to see that, but were you able to confirm, Madam Chair, through you to the clerk, were you able to confirm if Ms. Redmond is still on the board?
No, I was not able to confirm. It's my understanding that I believe she's still attending meetings.
As a voting member?
That I don't know. I just had it kind of secondhand, so I will try reaching out to someone on the board again.
Okay. Because at this point, there is a cover-up with the $50 and still being allowed. There's no doubt that there's a cover-up trying to happen. So, Madam Clerk, can you follow up with the city attorney and see where the resolution to have the public hearing for removal? And then when that is ready, we will attach all of the documents showing the theft, and then they will be on the public record for the public to see of all of the theft that is happening. So as soon as that resolution, I'm going to attach every piece of documentation, because I think I have a banker's box of all of the documentation. I've spoken to the Housing Authority's former attorney. I've spoken to people within the Housing Authority office that want to be whistleblowers about this. So it's time to put this behind us, and the best disinfectant is daylight. So if we can just put this behind us, do the hearing. If she doesn't want to resign, then all of this is going to come forward. And after this is going to come forward, then, maybe we have to do referrals to Layton or the state attorney or
Request for
something.
information.
What's your request?
Thank you. Do you know some of the employees have reached out to the Eastern District Department of Justice already?
No, I did not know that.
They have.
Yeah. So it's time to it's time to make sure that there's some kind of public knowledge of the corruption in the housing authority here, so that the money is used and designated for the folks that need it and not stolen. Because it's clear as day that it was stolen. There's bank accounts that were changed addresses from the housing authority mailing address to the person that stole it, to their personal address, so they would only have access to that bank account. There's that level of corruption here. So I'm going to yield to my other colleagues, but Madam Clerk, if you can desperately find out that information and get with the city clerk, it'd be much appreciated, and I yield. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
To Mr. Pfeiffer, you said that you wanted specific items attached. Will you forward those items? And also to Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns, also, I know that you sent items that were included in a Freedom of Information Act request that you had done. Did you want some of those items, and did you want the attorney to decide what?
I do
should be
not,
included?
I do not want the attorney to look at these at this time, just share them with everybody.
Okay.
And my colleagues we need to be transparent. And I did get it through the Freedom of Information Act, which I shouldn't have to get documents, which is crazy. Now they want to charge us if you're getting some of them from the city through, we got to FOIA everything. How we got to work for the city and pay for FOIAs? That's crazy. So if you can share with all of the colleagues so that they can have, and that repayment plan letter is in there too.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. Any other discussion? Anyone else? Anyone else? Pardon? Yeah, there's only two people who've, I think there was three people who requested this discussion item.
Madam
So-
Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I do want to acknowledge that we received, every council person received correspondence from the Housing Commission. And I don't have mine with me to read on the floor, but I would encourage in the spirit of transparency, for us to read this with the duration of the time that we have left. Thank
Okay.
you.
I will read this memorandum. It's to the Honorable Mayor Sheldon Neely, members of the Flint City Council, Flint Housing Commission Board of Commissioners, from the President, Board of Commissioners, initial TK. Date is February 5th. Reclarification and statement of governance, audit, and oversight matters affecting the Flint Housing Commission. Dear Mayor Neely and members of the Flint City Council, I am writing in response to the City Council Committee meeting held on February 4th, 2026 at City Hall Council Chambers regarding the City of Flint audit and matters involving the Flint Housing Commission. During that meeting, several statements warrant clarification to ensure the public record accurately reflects the facts. This memorandum is submitted to formally document matters related to governance, audit compliance, and financial oversight at the Flint Housing Commission, and to provide clarity for all stakeholders. At the outset, it is essential to reiterate that the Flint Housing Commission is a quasi-governmental public body created pursuant to state and federal law. The City of Flint does not fund, operate, supervise, or manage the Flint Housing Commission. Under heading Personal Accounts and Fund Handling, no Flint Housing Commission funds were deposited into any commissioner's personal bank account. The audit finding identified that a Flint Housing Commission business account included a commissioner's name due to her role associated with the resident council. As a corrective action, the Flint Housing Commission has implemented a strengthened banking control policy requiring no fewer than 3 authorized signatories on applicable commission accounts. Investigation and oversight. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Office, Office of Inspector General, is the only agency currently investigating this matter. To the Commission's knowledge, there is no investigation by the Department of Justice or the FBI. I would like another 2 minutes. I'll make a motion. This is the vote to add 2 minutes to the time.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Add 2 minutes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Under the title Governance Actions, after obtaining a full understanding of the scope and details of the situation, I communicated my position in writing to the Board of Commissioners and addressed the matter publicly at a Flint Housing Commission Board of Commissioners meeting. Repayment agreement and corrective measures. As part of the audit review, approximately $9,000 was identified in relation to expenses associated with an annual meeting. The repayment agreement addressed only this item and did not address cash withdrawals referenced elsewhere in the audit materials. City support for audit procurement. The Flint Housing Commission did request assistance from the City of Flint in identifying or locating a qualified auditor. The city did provide a recommendation. However, that recommendation has not resulted in securing an auditor. Ongoing improvements in leadership transition. The Flint Housing Commission has corrected the deficiencies that existed under the prior HUD recovery agreement and has been released from that agreement. While audit timing remains a serious risk, the commission remains committed to improvement. Respectfully, President, Board of Commissioners, Flint Housing Commission. And I did address earlier about the information in locating an auditor that they have received a bid, a proposal, but the timing was after this letter.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
was the request sent to have someone speak? Because we did request to have someone from the Housing Commission.
I did not ask.
You didn't, we did request that last week, though.
I did not ask that.
Huh.
I don't know. I don't know if Ms. Donahue did, if Clerk Donahue did. Ms. Donahue, or Clerk, Madam Clerk, did you ask for someone from the Housing Commission to come to the meeting today?
No, I was not able to reach anyone, so it was either today or Monday is what I was told. If they couldn't make it today, to try for Monday.
Okay, thank
So-
you. Thank you very much. All right, and this ends this special order. The next special order is an ARPA update. A 10-minute discussion item is requested by Council President Mashat regarding ARPA funds. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason that this is on here, we have our colleague in the second ward who has had some questions regarding the ARPA and ARPA information. I know that the councilwoman in the second ward, as well as the councilwoman in the fourth ward, were on the ARPA ad hoc committee. So they should have some of the information for some of the questions that have been asked. I know that both of you also met with the mayor about the ARPA ad hoc committee, I think weekly as well. But what we'll do is go ahead and turn it over to, I know Seamus is supposed to be here, and then
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore is also here, but we will go ahead and turn it over to, I'm sorry, Seamus, what's your last name? I know his last name, I just need him to say it.
Seamus Bannon.
Mr. Bannon and Mr. Moore, if you will both go ahead with your presentation.
So I'm here to answer questions on any topic. I don't have a presentation.
Okay.
I didn't see it on the agenda to have a presentation, but I'm here to answer
No problem.
questions.
Is there anyone who would like the floor? I want to start with our ad hoc committee members, actually. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I sent a series of questions that you all should have the answer for. I sent it was last council meeting. So we will start off with, of the $40 million transferred into the general fund, what is the current remaining balance?
The unobligated portion of the fund balance is approximately $2.8 million.
So you said $2.8 million?
Correct.
Okay, so out of the 40 million that we allocated, 2.8 is left. Okay.
Not all the money has been spent, but the rest has been obligated.
I didn't understand what you said.
Not everything has been spent at this point, but it has been obligated.
Okay, so obligated. So seeing that according to resolution 230464.1, it states that any remaining ARPA funds are to be expended only with the city council approval, and the council requires clarity on to be spent with our approval. So to my knowledge, I don't think that we had $38 million come through this body. So it's a little troubling to hear that it's allocated when that resolution specifically says that no money is to be spent in the ARPA category without the approval of this body.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Madam Chair, through you to the speaker, are you aware that allocated simply means it was put in the general fund? I believe you voted yes for it to go there. So when he says allocated, that's what he means by it's been allocated.
Okay, thank you. So we have not received, and please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I want to make sure that I have a proper understanding. So if I don't get it, I know the residents may not either. So seeing that money have been allocated and knowing that also we have not because we had $18 million worth of community grants that we did not fully expend. We didn't even go through all the categories. People are still wondering if they're going to receive ARPA dollars. So can you let us know what have the money been allocated towards?
Yeah, that's you have a document going around right now that speaks to the quarterly federal reporting that we are obligated to do. That breaks it down on a high level of what it's been spent on. I can tell you that there are projects that aren't fully spent right now, but the money has been obligated to be doing programming, but some of them haven't totally spent the money yet. But as we're all aware, they have a deadline of the end of the year to spend that money. So this will have time. 12/31/2026 is when they're, per the contracts, you're free to shake your head, but per the contracts that we execute with the entities, it stipulates 12/31/2026 in those contracts.
Okay, well, I'm going to proceed with the rest of my questions, so I'll get them out so my colleagues can have some more time. All right, and so I also asked what is the total amount of ARPA funds that's spent to date? So how much interest has accumulated on these funds?
It'd be approximately, I believe it's about $1.8 million that we have, but it's been a while since I've looked at that. I can get to that.
So you said approximately $1.8 million?
Right, now, that gets, those dollars are unrestricted. We can spend that anyway. Those are unrestricted dollars.
Okay. So, so the interest is unrestricted, understood.
That's correct.
So we're talking about, since we had the funds since March 2021 until now is $1.8 million?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last bit.
So when we were initially, to my understanding, the money from the federal government came in, was it March or May 2021? It came in 2021. So from then until now, we have grown, we have accumulated $1.8 million in interest on the money.
Since a lot of that, I'm afraid the number I'm stating is probably the number from the time when I started working here. What happened before, I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up. I've never tracked the interest that was earned before I started working for the city.
Okay, so so Mr. Field, so did you receive my email on February the 4th asking these specific questions? Your name is on here, you, the finance chair, Seamus as well. So you should have had these questions and you should be prepared. You should know them. Okay. All right. So, so in terms of having a detailed breakdown of the remaining balance by the approved ARPA spending category, do you have that?
Yes. We have about $367,000 for economic development.
Do you have copies for the body?
Pardon?
I said, do you have
I can
copies?
make a copy, yes, if you like.
Okay. All right. That'd be great.
Okay.
And then also confirmation as to
Request for
whether.
information.
What's your request?
Through you to the speaker, where is he's going to get us a copy? Can we have him just go ahead and state for the record what those numbers are?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Mr.
$367,000 for economic development, $98,000 for public safety, $1,059,000 for public health / water stabilization, and $1,322,000 for contingency / water stabilization.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and just jump to my last question for now. So confirmations to whether the community dollars. So how much money is left in the community allocation portion for community grants?
Yeah, whatever's there, that's it, yeah. So we have the community grants. Can you speak to which one specifically you're talking about? Because he's given the total figure here. Like I said, we have a lot of projects out there that are underway. So can you speak to a little bit more about what you're specifically talking about?
Well, it's kind of hard because we have people that apply for dollars, and we have some people that receive dollars, and then we have a group of people that have not received dollars. So one of my concerns is out of the $18 million set aside by the ARPA committee, and this is exclusively for community grants. So this is for the nonprofit organization that applied for the funds. $18 million was set aside exclusively for them for community projects. So how much money of that is left? Because I received phone calls from organizations still waiting, although they did not receive the money back in 2021, they are still hopeful that they can do some type of programming before the deadline ends. However, just like Councilman Burns mentioned, I heard some things are just sitting on the mayor's desk. So we need to make sure that individuals have the information so they know how to proceed.
Yes.
I don't know that 10 minutes was even near close to what we need here, so I'm gonna do 30 minutes.
Okay, there's motion on the floor and by the councilwoman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 6th ward to add 30 minutes to the discussion. And this will be the vote.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Go ahead. Continue. Are you?
No, almost finished. And so that is one thing that it's a priority, because we don't want people that went through the process, and also technical assistance was paid to help a lot of organizations to get through the process, and to see that their proposal not even be considered or acknowledged, that's kind of disrespectful for the people that's doing the work. Okay, all right, so I'll go ahead and.
There were, just so you know, I was able to get access to the ARPA at City of Flint website, and there was email sent out to those that did not. I know that was a question, I believe, was brought up at one council meeting, where those who applied that didn't get any funding, were they told that they didn't whatever succeed? And yes, there were emails sent out with a letter to entities. Now, was every single one of them? I don't know. I didn't have time to look through every single correspondence. I only got the access a couple of hours before I came in here. So, but emails and with letters were sent, and I can send you an example of one of those letters that was sent out saying that they weren't successful. So, but I can't, I'm not saying on the record that every single one of them received it, because I don't know.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, I just want to state that one of the things that that concerns me is that when we allocate, so when we put the $40 million in the general fund, I would like to see how, and it says that council that we're supposed to approve any monies that's to be spent. So either someone is keeping these resolutions for a great day to just crash them down on council so we can approve them all before the money expires, or it sounds like there may not be some transparency here. So I would definitely turn the floor over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Moore, of the, you agree that we transferred $40 million, correct?
Yes, it's just under that.
Yeah, that, around that dollar amount. Of that $40 million, how much of that 40 million has been sent through council?
Everything that's been spent has been sent through the council.
So of that $40 million, because I want to get clear on the allocated versus spent.
I think that spent means what to you? Because between the two accountants, Mr. Moore and myself, allocated and spent are two different things.
Yeah, that's what
I mean, are the
that's what
same
I'm
thing.
trying.
I mean, are the same thing. They're the same thing. through your account, what you
No, so
are
let's-
interested in, let me clarify
Yeah.
and see if this is what you want. You want to know how much has actually checks been written for?
No.
Or you want to know how much is allocated? That's what the spent is, I believe.
So I want to know, he said that there's 8 million left. So by my math, is he saying that we've put stuff in a category for the 37 million, or 37 million has come through this council? That's my question.
It's been through the council.
37 million has come through this council.
Yeah, we can get to the resolutions that tie out to that.
Okay. So that's the information I want to know. I would like to know, because to the colleague in the second ward, I mean, maybe it's nickel and dime here and there, but I don't think that 37 million has come through this council. And I think that's part of the confusion.
15 would have been land bank.
No, that was allocated, that was before.
So when did?
Request for information,
Yeah, what is he?
request for information. Through you to the speaker, can you share with me, when was that money moved?
It was moved at the end of December of 2023. 23. And at that point,
Because sorry to interrupt you, it had to meet a deadline.
yeah, it had to
Yeah,
meet,
yeah.
it had to meet the deadline for the state to get the extra money. And to that point, that $40 million that we allocated no longer has a 2027 date. I just want to be clear on that.
That's correct.
No, but the contracts that we execute
But
stipulate the
I-
date. Just let you know,
if that-
I
if
spoke
that-
to the
if that-
contracts. I spoke to the contracts.
Yeah, I
The
understand
contracts
that.
we do still
If-
stick
but
to that
if-
date
but if we put
because
that-
we want them
it's
to
my time,
spend.
sir.
We
It's my
want them
time.
to spend the money
It's my
on time.
It's my time. I want to be clear that if we put a 2027 date on any of those $40 million, it's on our own behalf. It's not because of the federal.
Correct.
Yeah, that's all I want to say. That's in the stuff that we allocated before that $40 million has the 2027 date.
26. Yeah.
That's what I want to be clear. So
Yeah.
the 37
We're saying
mil-
the same thing.
I'm sorry, just a confusion. The $37 million that you're saying came through this council does not have a statutory date by the Treasury.
That's correct.
Good. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
I don't think that sounds right then.
That's 100% right.
No, I get what you're saying, the statutory date. Where is the 37 million at?
No, that's what he's saying. He's going to give me he said he's going to get us a list of
The
every.
state doesn't have a requirement, the city of Flint has a
Right,
requirement.
right. We put that on our own. So my colleagues are asking for a list of the 37 million that
Okay.
we've allocated, that you're saying that we've allocated
We can provide that, yeah.
past that 2023 date. And I think that will confuse, or that will bring some clarity to say, yes, there isn't transparency or we're just bad at math up here and we've just been nickel and dimed, because it doesn't seem to me that we have got $37 million worth of stuff that shows anything for that month, for those dollars. I mean, maybe we spend it on a truck here or there, but I'm just going through my head. I'm just trying to figure out how we spent $37 million, because to me, that doesn't make sense, because we had it all allocated. And if we have a bunch of things that are still waiting to be pending, according to my colleague in the second ward, and we only have 2.8 left, to me, then we totally threw our categories out the window. And that's troubling. So when do you think you can get us a list of every ARPA transaction after the December 2023 transfer date?
I think next week we can do that.
Okay.
Request for information. So, Mr. Pfeiffer, did you know that I asked for that for this specific conversation? I asked for that on February the 4th, and then I reiterated it on February the 8th when I sent the follow-up email. So just want to state on the record that I asked for this information, so this is the second request for this information.
I'm not aware of that, but welcome to the party that doesn't get anything from the administration ever. Now you feel what we've felt for the past 4 years.
I'm
And I'm
asking,
not, like,
I'm just wondering, did it go through city administrator or the clerk, or did you send it directly to us? Because we're supposed to only respond if it goes through proper charter protocol. I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question.
I understand that, but that's a
I've been told
cop-out.
that, yeah.
That's a cop-out. Because you could have sent it to Clyde and said, hey, are you aware of this? Can I respond? Instead of just ignoring it.
But I have responded to anyone that sent it through administration or proper channels, proper protocol.
Okay,
I have responded.
So anything that you get that doesn't come directly from Clyde, you're just going to ignore.
I'm not supposed to respond to that per charter. It has to go through, my understanding, if I'm wrong, educate me. My understanding is it needs to go through city clerk or Clyde.
Well, you can absolutely respond and say, please send this to Clyde.
Request for information.
What's your request?
So, Mr. Pfeiffer, are you aware that I also sent it directly to our finance chair? So my question is, no, it's not here we go. It's trying to get some clarity. So does the finance chair have to go through Clyde to talk to the CFO?
I'm not aware, but it's troubling that we keep asking for this information, and honestly, I'm glad that this came up, this discussion item, and it's troubling that if you do get a email, you're just going to ignore it instead of saying, hey, should I respond, or send it to Clyde and ask you if you should respond, like through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards?
They know how to do it properly. If they know how to do it properly. Follow the proper protocols.
Yeah.
RO.
It's not simple, sir.
It is.
It's not
Follow
simple.
the protocol. You know it, follow it.
Please, according to our council rules, you must be respectful of our employees, and that was not respectful.
He's not
And
being
so
respectful to me either.
I was having a conversation here.
Through you to Mr. Edwards, and my time's clicking.
Yes, I called you up, Mr. Edwards.
And I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm trying to get answers because, like the second word councilwoman has stated, we can't get anything. Mr. Edwards, the protocol is, the administration's protocol is to go to, everything that we send goes through you, correct?
That is the mayor's directive.
Right, so the mayor's directive. So
Yes.
if that doesn't happen, is the directive to ignore that conversation? And pretend it didn't happen? Or like, is there no give and take to say, hey, Mr. Edwards, I got this from Councilwoman or Councilman so-and-so. Should we respond? Is there not that decorum? Or just ignore it?
Are you, if you're asking me if staff will come to me and ask me, is it okay to respond back? That does occur, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So it is not policy just to ignore it?
No. Just to ignore a request?
Yes.
No.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. That's all I question. And I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
So it's not simple, sir.
Thank you. Any other
Madam Chair.
discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So, thank you. So Seamus, I know you will be leaving. You turned in can you step to the mic, please? And so can you break this, when is your last day?
Is that, I don't need to go into that. It's not part of ARPA, is it? I will, but is it part of the discussion item? I'm finished on Friday.
Okay, so I wanted to wish you good wishes, actually.
Thank you.
And I actually called you to tell you that, because I really don't feel the 2 letters you sent were on your behalf on me. I really don't think they were. So my question is it a way that you can break this down simple so that it is to be understood at the lowest common denominator? The money that we have that has been spent, we need a spent category, we need an allocated category, so we can make it easy so people can understand.
Yeah, I just go by obligated
Right, obligated is being, it's already, we can't use that.
Yeah,
But-
it's in process. Is
Right,
another
in
term
process,
to use,
I completely understand that, but I think that we're looking, because we have been asking for months. In May of 2020, the Flint was given through Congressman Kildee the $94 million for ARPA. It has not been a transparent process, and so there is some frustration on this end. And it is to be clearly, to understand, so if you could break that down to where we can understand it. I had to take them to court because the court ruled in my favor, stating that the ARPA committee was illegally formed. They were meeting secretly. And so when we weren't a part of those meetings, the city clerk wasn't there, there were no minutes, there were no notes, so we did not know how and where this money was going. It was not transparent. I had to sue Mayor Neely along with Councilman Eric Mays. May he rest in heaven, because this is the people's money for the city, and it's not being spent that way. And so that committee, which the attorneys were not paid for by the city, and this is where we get into the problems that people don't trust this administration. And I'm not saying you, I'm saying people don't with good reason. That committee was formed illegally, and they allocated the $94 million into certain categories for certain nonprofits, and it shouldn't have been done. And so when we sit and they're asking, and because we have to answer, it may just be me and you, but people call me from all over the city. I have to answer to hundreds of thousands of people. So if you can make that simple, I understand what allocated means. I understand. I want to know who got a check and the amount the check was for. I want to know that. And Mr. Moore, I've asked for that check registry so many times, and I sent another email at 4 something this morning, because I'm tired of asking for things and not getting it. I want to know who got money. And so Davina got it, Attorney Gurley got it. I sent it to the legal department, because this the people's money. They done came down here, they show up, and we don't know. The 1.8 million, is that, which is the interest, is that allocated?
That's unrestricted dollars that would go to the general fund.
So it goes to the general fund, it's unrestricted.
For information.
What's request?
Isn't the entire 40 million unrestricted?
I was
Yes.
gonna, I
Yes, it
was
went to
going to
general
wait
fund.
until the end to speak on what I learned yesterday. So I want to go ahead and let you guys continue.
So what do we have, 10 minutes and then another 30 minutes?
My wife is picking me up with the kids. We only have one car right now.
Oh,
so-
well, no, I get it, and I've seen your children be
I was in a
here.
car crash last week, so we only have one car.
Are you, I hope everything was okay?
Let you know.
Well,
I'm not
no,
just trying to dodge.
Okay, well, your children you've brought here to council. I don't mind children coming and being a parent. I used to bring my children to school with me when I taught. They're in a different school district. So I don't have a problem with that. But what I'm saying is, it's not going to be enough time, because we need to do a deep delve into that. We had an ARPA committee that was supposed to come back to report to council. And at that time, whether they like it or not, they reported to the mayor and not to the city council. So that's why we don't have questions. I don't know how they don't know the answers, because they were supposed to be meeting with the administration. We can't get the answers. So if you could please make that, and you got 2 days to do it. And then you hasta la vista, if you could please get that to us so that it is broken down, and so that we can understand it. And as Councilman Pfeiffer was stated, when that was voted to go into 40 million into the general fund, and we need an understanding of what is restricted, unrestricted. At that point, once it goes into general funds, it's saying that we had revenue loss was approximately 32 million, or was it 32 million? Or it was a large amount. So we want to make sure we know where this money is going. Just like I want to know if we got any money from them golf courses, since we got a 50-50 plan and we never seen any money back from the golf courses either. Seamus, you laughing. You know it's true, but you gone on Friday.
So if you can break that
I'm
down.
not turning my back. I live here. I'm from here. I live in the fifth
I
floor.
know,
I'm from
and you're
here.
passionate about, you're a passionate speaker. I get that. I mean, I want that deal where you get 50-50 and you never see the money and it's in cash. So I'm going to yield the floor, but I think we need to do, you won't be here, a special meeting, and it's a great idea to have the questions pre-sent. I don't know, Mr. Moore, next time you might have to read them to be prepared, but we need clear transparency. What happened to our ARPA funds? We need to know. I want to see the checks. Who got a check? Who took that money that was direct deposited? Who received funds? I want to know that. Do I need to send an email?
I would ask, based on what just happened, please do that. Please just do that. Follow that. And I will respond like I always have when it's gone through that channel.
Okay, I will. I think you got me blocked, Seamus.
What was that?
I think you got me blocked.
No.
You might have to unblock, because I called to congratulate you on your new job.
You can't block anyone.
Okay, well, I'm gonna send it to you, because I wanna know who's got a check. And that we can understand, and if there is monies left, it needs to go to this community, and it does not need to go to Mayor Neely campaigning. It's not his campaign slush fund at all. So I'll shoot you that email. I yield the floor.
Just CC Clyde, please. Our administrators,
I'll
please
do
CC
that.
Clyde. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure I'm clear also on these terms and what they mean depending on who's speaking to you, to who, and who is speaking. Obligations.
Obligated means that we have a contract with somebody. The city council has authorized the spending of the money, and then we have a contract with an entity to provide the service.
So, and I'm gonna say it back in my own terms to make sure I'm clear. So obligated means after it has come to council for approval, there's contract.
That's correct.
Okay. Expenditures.
That's when we write a check.
That's when the check is actually cut. So that's the difference between the obligation and fulfillment of some part of the work to where we have paid out.
Right.
Now, I'm understanding that there are obligations that have been made, but there have not been either work done or billed to where expenditures have been, where checks have been cut. Am I correct in that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do either of you have a feel for how much money has not been expended yet? It's been approved by council, contract has been issued, but checks have not been cut.
I think it's about 5 million.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's based on about a year ago or more. I started, or got the team to start looking at red flagging. I think I mentioned this before. Red flagging entities, orange flagging entities, and green flagging entities because of the timeline we're by. So that's how we tracked that. There were some that were red flagged that we were concerned about, and we reached out to them. And then there's some that are orange flag, were middle ground, the green flag, where they're going to spend, they're on good, and some of them are already finished too. In that process, we were able to drop them, some from red to orange, and orange into the green category. So I would say, to answer your question, how we got to that, it's about 5.
So the best to your sort of
That's
grant management
right now,
understanding
yeah.
is that 5 million as of today, or does that 5 million?
That's as of 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks
So,
ago.
and just so you're aware, in some of those instances, some entities haven't responded to us that we've reached out to. So we've sent a second letter to say, we're here, and we've offered a lot of help. There's a great team down there that offer people help. Some of the entities have some difficulty getting their paperwork in order and just needed a little bit of assistance with that. So that slows down the process. If they're not Lara, or if they're not on Sound Doc, all those little pieces, that slows down the process. My main concern, to what Mr. Pfeiffer was saying, is any of the monies that are the 287, the original ARPA, that are red flag.
Okay.
That's our main concern, and we are working with those groups to help them if we can. But at some point, we're going to have to try to reprogram those if they're not going to meet that deadline. And the only way you can reprogram them is putting them into whatever was already approved prior to a category that was already approved prior times. You know that. You're not, you got it. Okay.
So tell me this. The $40 million that got transferred to the general fund, are those considered, at what level are those considered obligated? Both to, when I, and this is my question, or this is why I asked the question, and I don't want it to be a gotcha, but it could be a gotcha. If I'm understanding what you all gave us correctly, this is the report that was sent to the government for the last quarter.
Correct, yeah.
On here, it shows all $94 million obligated.
Yeah, that's the, as far as the feds are
As far
concerned,
as
we
the feds are
obligated
concerned.
everything when we did the December 23.
Yeah, when we did the transfer. But my again, my question just a moment ago is, I asked you for a definition of obligated, and you said went through council and contracted. Not all the money has been contracted.
Request for information.
Yeah,
What's your request?
They said it was 2.8 that hasn't.
Yeah, but are you aware that the 40 million that we transferred was automatically obligated
There it
as
is.
lost revenue?
So that's
So it's no
obligated.
longer not-
It's lost revenue.
Y'all obligated it then and there. At that moment in time, it was obligated. Then from there, we would come back to you to approve spending as our normal charter goes.
And that's what I'm saying. There, a lot of these words are getting.
I'm using
on
the
who's
talking
talking
terminology.
about what they
It's-
get in,
Right.
conflated to mean one thing in one setting and another in
Right,
another.
so can I, okay, I'll try it in a minute.
So request for
Yeah,
information.
thank you.
Request for information, because I understand what my colleague in the ninth ward is saying. So the word obligated is correct all across the board. Once we put them in the general fund, those became obligated funds, and that's obligated as far as the federal government is concerned. The word they probably should be using here is, the difference here is, while those funds are obligated, they may not be allocated as far as the Flint City Council go, as far as the categories go, without it coming before the council. So they are obligated, but they may not be allocated until the resolution actually comes before us. And it has to be allocated for the categories that we have.
I'm going to sort of stop there. I follow what's being said. Yet, there was a definition of allocated that said equivalent to spent. So I want to be, and I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how the 37 point whatever million was actually allocated between 24 and 25. I was here for some of 24, and I was here all of 25, and I know my memory is not as sharp as it was, years ago. But some of that ARPA stuff I paid particular attention to, as you all would remember, because I had questions. But I yield now.
If not, I'll take a couple of seconds just to talk about what I learned yesterday.
Clarity, just
Yes.
if I may. So if we, like the city council chambers, if we had 250,000 and we only spent 230,000, that $20,000, is that part of the 2.8 that you're saying is left, or is that a different bucket of money?
That would be obligated. That would not be part of the 2.8 million, because you still have the 20,000 that you could spend somewhere else.
We have 2.8 left of the 40.
Right.
How much is obligated but not spent? Is that the 5 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where we have a contract with entities, and let's say, to your point,
But what if we didn't have the contract, like our council chambers is done, and I see that we spent less than we allocated. So,
No, we have with this money, we have a contract with, we put in a contract in place to spend the money. So to your 250,000 example, if an entity was awarded per council for $250,000 and they've got a timeline to spend it, right now they may have spent only 200,000. 50,000 is still obligated to be spent, so they still have time to spend that. It can't be moved anywhere else unless it came to a point where they said we can no longer go along with this
and that's the
project.
5 million
We're
you're
spending
saying?
it. That's about 5. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, this is just going to be really quick because we only have a minute and I don't have complete information. But I wanted to let you guys know that yesterday in discussion with a fellow legislator from another township, we got into the discussion about the ARPA. And once we allocated it to the general fund, according to her, and I'm going to be speaking to Joanne about this issue tomorrow, it now has to be spent based on the state rules and not federal because it was allocated to the general fund.
Correct.
So I'm going to get more clarity on that and we'll bring that to the council as soon as that is decided. And that was the first time I'd ever heard that, but another finance person from another area was also there. This was the finance committee of the Michigan Municipal League I was at. And they agreed with what was said by this other council person, and that was Emily from Welly. And so I will get more information. I'll bring it back as soon as I have that. Thank you. I'm going to close out this special order, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. Is there support? Supported by the councilwoman in the 8th ward.
Mr. Jarrett,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer. Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. This finance committee meeting is adjourned at 7:24. Which one's next? What's using my oh, I always look at my laptop. Oh, it is 2 minutes. Yeah. So whatever you say, I don't, but yeah. I guess. Thank you.
Tell them, Bev. Say it again, baby. Say it again.
No.
Hey, we do our shit out on the street. Miss Bev, you better tell me.
Miss Bev.
Don't threaten us with a good time. Yes, right. Bring it.
Could all council members please take their seats so we can start the next meeting?
Tomorrow's Thursday, right?
I'm not sure what it is. All right, it is 7:48, and I'm bringing Government Operations Committee to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Murphy Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 7 members present.
7 members present. Reading of disorderly persons conduct. Persons City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of City Code subsection 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons. Any person will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of the meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. Any request for agenda changes or additions?
Mr. Chair,
Don't start with that, madam.
it's too used to that. I'd like to add the resolution recommending the vacation of Baker Street between North Street and Industrial Street.
Okay, that will be added. We will call that add-on number 1 and add it to the resolutions without objection. Any other additions or changes? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, the first public speaker, please.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, I'm R.L. Mitchell. For the record, I want to Mr. Piper through the financial lady. Miss Priestley, I want to know, could you state the state that said we don't have to report the $98 billion to the federal, but we can report it, we got to report it to the state. Could you announce that council person, a state who told you that? Because you could have just asked Madam Burns, she could have told you. Because it sounds like we trying to make the other state, if anything happened, and we go through could they be accounted for what calling us, acting like we puppets to another state? Okay, enough has been said about that. But in the meanwhile, the money with Mr. Moore, without money, you see how you're talking. Him and this, I can't get their names straight. This bald-headed guy. I'll be calling him Heidi Hitler, but Mr. Spicer don't say that no more, because it might disturb them peoples in Grand Blanc, them kids. You see what they did last week when all of them walked out because ISIS was coming in and get two of them, and the student body wasn't going for it. That's what.
See people with motorized wheelchairs struggling to go through the grass. That's uncalled for, because they got to get pushed over into the street to drive, and then they're struggling to get them over into the street. But now they're suspected getting
That's almost $100 million. You know what that can do for our communities? What that can provide for the homeless? Y'all, I'm seeing the same homeless people walk the streets every day. Nobody has picked them up and said, hey, let me provide a housing. I don't watch y'all build whole duplexes by La Familia. Why are they not in there? They living on the same streets. Why not y'all put them in there? House them, small, tiny homes. Provide them warm meals, 3 meals a day. That would, you put a person in a good environment, that'll change their whole mindset. That's a study. You ever seen Coming to America or any other of those movies? He wanted to live in a certain environment, and then he understood what it was like to live in that state of mind. It's a state of mind. It's all up here. So the richness is here. It's not in all of this material stuff. It's here. So how come y'all can't provide that same resources that we have to fight for to get, but y'all can bring it here? Y'all got the money. They're giving y'all the money. Government then gave y'all the money. So how come y'all can't use it for us? We need this. Everybody needs it. We the people. We suffer. We've been suffering. I don't watch Flint go downhill and go up. So it's like, we got to be beneficial to that too. That thriving that y'all are trying to get, we got to be beneficial to that. So thank you.
Next speaker is Rich Jones. I believe he left. Claire McClinton. Diane Thornton. Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy, 3rd Ward City Council. It's a shame you guys want to know where that 40 million went. You guys asked for it to go in the general funds, and now it's in the general funds. You just not want to know where it's at? That is very strange. Long as y'all was getting y'all pennies and nickels and dimes and quarters, you didn't care about that 40 mil. That is a sad, sad situation. Homeless people out here, we feed homeless 3 to 4 times a week. We started at maybe 10, 12 people. Now we at 70, 80 people every time we feed. We're always asking for help. You walk around here and you see these people out here cold and hungry, wheelchairs, no legs, one arm. It's a sad situation. And then even around when they were coming out with that money for helping because they stopping the food stamps, it was a shame what the mayor gave to these people that didn't get no food, and there was no meat in it. How you gonna give somebody something to feed them and it ain't nothing but a bunch of canned goods? He don't eat that. You know, what our problem is, we rather feed the homeless something we wouldn't eat, and that's sad. You know, I'm a cook, and they know if you came to me to cook something, if it ain't no good, I'm not feeding it. I'm not cooking it. If it's bad, throw it out, start over. If I have to feed the homeless something that I wouldn't eat, I'm not gonna do it. We should feel that way about all these people out here that needs help. Every one of them, standing on the corner, sitting on the porch, home, just in bandit houses. It is so sad that we sit here and we don't do right by our people. We need roofs, we need windows, we need doors. Nobody think about the people that needs. I'm here to help the people, not help myself. And some of you guys need to wake up and start doing the same thing. Have a blessed day.
The next speaker is Darrell Brown.
All right, I'm gonna try to make this quick. I'm gonna try to get through it without interruptions. All right, good evening, everyone. It's first of all good to be back. While I was out handling business for the community, I was doing a lot of studying, right? And what I was studying was the Flint City Charter. And I learned a lot of stuff that was important. According to the charter, council members cannot campaign from their seats. I'm not a council member yet, right? I'm not elected. So that means that I got the right to speak and campaign as a citizen. So my First Amendment right was violated, right? Last time I spoke. That raised some concerns. There was clearly misinformation, whether it was intentional or whether someone simply didn't read the Flint City Charter. Either way, that is a problem, right? And that's another reason why I'm running. We need a leadership that educates the people, not misleads them. Leadership that understands rules and respect and rights of residents. See, me, I want to educate the 7th Ward. The 7th Ward needs someone who can work with anyone and get things done. We do not need a divided city. We do not need leadership that weaponizes systems and uses authority to silence the voices. Let me be clear. We need people who's going to come in and do the job, and love the people. And I tell y'all, I will be willing to work with anybody on council, outside of council, because I actually love y'all. I don't care about the personal things. We can all do better in one way, form, or fashion. Let me tell you something. I would never use votes to direct money into my own nonprofit. Yes, I got one, but I would never do that, okay? I would never, I don't need no leaders to come in and try to tell me, hey, Darrell, you do this and backhand deals. I don't care. Those are the people that's not going to like me. Is because I'm not looking for backhand deals. I'm looking for the interests of the people. So these are reasons why I'm running. I'm running because I'm already doing the work. I'm in the grassroots work. I'm in the community events. I'm in the community conversations. I understand the struggles because I live in them each and every single day. Being a single father, it is hard, right? Nobody don't come out and say, hey, Darrell, you need this, you need that. I'm doing it on my own, so I got to get it from off the mud. I love my son. And I love my son the same way I love the people. And I love each and every single one of y'all with the same type of heart. I want to see us all do better and do great things, right? I'm no saint, so I don't pretend to be. But isn't that Flint? We're not pretending to be saints. We all fell short some way, form, or fashion. Let's get back up, treat each other right, treat each other like we know what goes on. Be Flint strong. Walk out there and make it happen. And also, I'm here to hear the concerns. I'm here to hear the solutions and also the visions. Last thing I want to say is we need accountability, transparency, and I believe in leadership that serves everybody, not just themselves. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lottie Durrett.
Hello, all. Good evening. I just have a couple things to say. Hey, young brother, go ahead. Go ahead, y'all go get y'all people in all the wards. Y'all come on back deep. Let them know y'all here to vote and y'all voices count. Because they don't think young men like you vote. They think only the seniors. Y'all form y'all a formulation. Get these people in here to vote. It's time for a change. Come on, brother. Come on with it. I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. Come on. Do your thing. So I came here because I got pulled over the other night. And listen, I'm going to be honest. Yeah, my headlight was out, but 75% of America don't check their headlights every day. You usually only check your headlights when you're traveling, going somewhere out of town, or it's a thunderstorm or snow or blizzard or something to make sure you could be seen. But I didn't appreciate the way the officer talked to me. No, I am not a criminal. No, I do not have a warrant. None of your business where I'm going. None of your business where I'm coming from. None of your business why my niece is in the car with me. Do not ask my passenger for ID because I am a licensed driver. I do have insurance and my car is registered. I got a ticket for no registration. But you know what? That's the dumbest ticket ever because if my car had brand new tags and insurance, it's registered. You don't tell me you might have to search my car. No, you will not search my car, sir. It didn't take 3 carloads of police officers to pull me over on a traffic stop. That is a waste of taxpayers' money. Dude, run my name, Please just run my name like I told them. Run my name. I don't want to hear this mess about if I don't have, when I tell you I do have. And then another thing, when did the city and Hurley hook up to collect medical bills? So I get a letter the other day from a collection agency talking about city collecting for Hurley. Where they do that at in America? Then my water bill is so unconstant. It's been the same two people in my household for the last 10, 15 years. I don't appreciate it. I'm watching everybody. I come from a family of 6 generations of voters. Because I don't say much don't mean I ain't doing much. Me and my family watching. And one more thing, Miss Judy, my church on the dead end down there on Wyoming, I think y'all should plow down there so we can get in our church every day. We shouldn't have to drive snowmobiles to get into the church parking lot because it's on a dead end street. That's pitiful. You know, do better. You know better, do better. Do the Delaware as well. But I'm just here to tell y'all, I am a family of 6 generations of voters that can vote. My grandparents have produced 170 from some offsprings. Believe me, most of us are old enough to vote. So keep that in mind when y'all see me.
And before I call the final speaker for this meeting, I just want to state for the record that the live stream did drop for some reason, not sure why, but it is back up, and I know that people stream on other sites, so it's available under the same date. It says part 2, so it was down for about 2 minutes. I just want to state that for the record. Final speaker for this meeting is Tanya Jones.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Jones. I'll be out here advocating for my son that's part of the opioid crisis and the homeless. I'm here because I reached out to some pastors and pillars of the community. They didn't reach out back to me. And Mr. Darrell Brown, right here, came out and right here, the color of law. This is Chris. We found him in an abandoned building. He got his hair cut today. And Darrell and Michael Clack came out, because if he needed a wig, I can help him.
Wow.
If he needed some lipstick, I can help him. But I had reached out to men, like serious. I reached out to him and said, I went live and I'd use my only sources. And this is Chris. And Chris, like I said, was in the building next to Save a Lot. Tanya Burns was there when we first met him. And all I want to say is homeless lives matter, Chris matter, and we be out here. When we go feed, like at Center of Hope, all they get is a sandwich. And we get together and we make it happen. Like I said, there's 70, 80 people. And I just feel like family services. He part of family services. My son is part of family services. These people, a lot of people is part of family services in Flint, Michigan, and they out here homeless. It all goes together. I mean, Tanya Burns told me the people to, connect with, whatever. That's a different place I have to go, and I'm going to address it. But I just want people to know the opioid crisis is real. He's not on drugs. He's autistic, just like my son is autistic. He's high function, but he's matter. Because, the guy that froze in the building, I met a guy, I thought he was a veteran. He was not a veteran. Both his legs was gone, his arm was gone, and basically it was from they froze, and they had to be amputated. So I thought he was a veteran, and I really thank Darrell. I want to thank him publicly, and I want to thank Color of Law from basically supporting. My son's birthday is tomorrow. I don't know where my son is at. Last time I seen my son walked to family service to get a check to go get some drugs, okay? So I was just staying strong, and I'm glad I got support, and I just want to tell council, you guys, is voting. It's election time, and please vote. What's going to make a difference if y'all vote? This has been hard, and I've been learning, and maybe I'm a little extra sometime, but I just like, what I'm saying, we the people. We all just need to come together and just do this. So I want to say, Chris, I'm proud of you. Have anything that you want to say, babe?
Thank you for everything y'all did to me.
All right, take care. Good night.
Madam Clerk, you said that was the last speaker?
That's correct.
Okay, we're on to council response. Is there any member of council that wishes to respond?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Say that, isn't it?
I know, because I don't want to call him anything else, because we would be scrapping over there. I want to say thank you to everyone. I want to say to the Color of Law women and the one gentleman, and it looks like Darrell trying to join us. You know, we got work for you. This is a group of women that literally it is bonded in friendship and compassion for the community. It's going to take the community to save the community, and this is what they do. I've never worked with such a determined group of women. And I mean, even when I was sick, they came over and told me how bad I looked. And I did look really bad. I did. But it's yeah. Couldn't find my bonnet that day. And I appreciate what they do because they still go out when it's cold and it's freezing. My last day we served 2 weeks ago, Wednesday, where we gave, about 65 people. And we did soup and chicken dinners with mashed potatoes, gravy, and string beans and a roll, and then snacks and water. And the food was going quickly. And so when we look at, like you said, Beverly, you know, they made goulash, you make chili. You know, they don't want to eat just anything. And sometimes it's, you know, let them know they matter. And we didn't start out saying feeding people. It was Debbie who said she wasn't going to walk by the man sleeping in the cubby hole by the door anymore. And that's how it started, out of goodwill, concern, and compassion, and not walking by our residents as if they don't matter. And I love y'all more than anything. I do. And if you want to do work, contact this group. Our group is a great group. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair.
You will. It's your first warning. That is your first warning. One more and you're out of here, I swear to you.
Look, I'm going to send you out.
Any other council person
Mr.
wish
Chair.
to speak?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Lottie, I can't remember your last name. I can't remember it. I'm sorry. In regards to it's what street is that? Delaware? Wyoming. Okay. I've heard Delaware a couple of times today, so sorry. Anyways, they only plowed like twice this winter that I can think of, at least my street. If your church needs that area plowed, please have them contact me so that I can see if I can't get them out. Thank you very much, because I didn't know that you were having that much difficulty getting into the church, because no. Okay, this isn't, you can't do back and forth, but I will be glad to take care of that as long as I know about it. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. You get 4 minutes.
Oh, wow.
You get 4 minutes. I'd like to thank everybody for coming. I'd like to thank Ms. Beverly Biggs Levy. She's out in the community and she's out there working, and she sees things that I don't see, that sometimes I don't pick up, and she do contact me because she does care about the community. She contacted me on an issue, a blight issue. Again, thank you. Keep up the good work. We need everybody that sees something, say something. So again, thank you again, and thank everybody for coming.
Any other council person?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. A few things. I would like to commend the group, the Color of Law, for their community efforts. This is what it's all about, doing the work. So definitely a great thing. So and kudos to the young men who they are helping. There's so many people out here to be helped. So thank you for stepping in and filling that void. So we will also like to remind the residents that they will have a senior brunch tomorrow at the Mays Center. a senior brunch tomorrow at the May Center from 10 to 2. So if you are a senior, someone that loves seniors, you are invited to come out and participate at the senior brunch from 10 to 2. Moreover, I want to give a special shout out to the University of Michigan Flint, as well as to Mott Community College, because they also participated in doing the work. I know I spoke on it last time, but I want to make sure that I give flowers where they're due. Those two educational institutions got together in support of the last resident in Village Shores apartment. They made sure that he had some place to stay. They made sure that he had food and he had resources. And so that is great. Never, to my knowledge, that I've known that had happened before, but we were able to open up the door for these kind of relationships. So hopefully this student will be a pioneer so other students can get the same kind of help if needed. So again, thank you so much, County Commissioner Wayhill. Thank you so much to the Chancellor, to Dr. Lawrence at the University of Michigan, Ms. Melissa Winters, in addition to Pastor Phil Thomas that made that possible. And last but not least, we want to have the residents save the date for March, the third Saturday in March for the Women's Empowerment Brunch. This will be an afternoon to remember, and we're looking forward to seeing the women there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Anyone else?
A quick response. If we can share the if your street needs to be plowed number.
Yeah, go ahead.
The number, if your street needs to be plowed, you can call 810-766-7343. That number is 810-766-7343. I know there is a great need because I put it up and over 50,000 people looked at it. 810-766-7343. And that's also the pothole number. So if you need potholes or plowing, that is the number. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other council person wish to respond to the public speaking? Anyone else? All right, I will take a few moments. Ms. Beverly, I know that you came before, spoke about, I'm going to call them the Chaos Twins. They also speak about food access. I'm going to say something that's going to anger a lot of people. Every single resolution that's come before us to feed folks, I have voted on. The $30,000 that was allocated to the 8th Ward, I gave to the food bank in the 8th Ward, or the soup kitchen in the 8th Ward, the full $30,000. The report that was just given to us, and I hope that people get really angry about this. We allocated this money before December of 2023. So we are 2+ years. Increased food access, we allocated $222,000. So far, we have only spent $156,000. So since we have allocated this money, we have $60,000 that they won't allocate or they won't spend. So make that make sense on how we have money that we've put up to say, feed the people, to help the people, to get increased food access. And they spent $6,000 in the last 3 months. Make that make sense. We are telling the administration, hey, here's the money, help the people. And they won't spend the money to help the people. So I appreciate everything you guys have done and continue to do. I wish that you guys had more support. I honestly do. Thank you. With that, we're moving on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion? There's a motion to approve the consent agenda, which consists of 260054 and walk-on or add-on number 1. Is there support? And 5-6. So the two resolutions, Yeah, you're out of order. Yeah, I got it. So the consent agenda consists of resolution 260054, add-on number 1, appointments 260055, and appointment 260056. Is there support?
I'll second that.
All right, it's been supported. Any separations? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
can we separate resolution 260054?
260054 has been separated. Any more separations? Mhm. Yeah, she already separated it. Any more separations? No. Okay, the consent agenda will consist of add-on number 1, which is the resolution recommending the vacation of Baker Street between North Street and Industrial Street. Appointment 260055, the appointment to Historic District Commission Justin Wettenell, and the reappointment to the Planning Commission, Mr. Robert Wesley. Then that resolution is 260056. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
All right, 7 yes, 0 no. Those will get moved to council. Our first separation, our first and only separation, 260054. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I motion to send it to council.
Motion to send to council. Is there support?
I'll support.
Supported by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Any discussion in the first round?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
if you could, for you to Clyde Edwards, if he could,
Mr. Edwards.
and Mr. Edwards, as you're walking, can you describe designation street administrator? What is that job? What is the description? What is the job duties? Is it something we've had before?
It is simply signing the legal documents with MDOT for all the contracts. Yeah, it's basically what I've been doing as city administrator. That's a job I already have been doing. So that's why the designation was just pushed to me to do.
So with having you specifically to be the designation street administrator, will this increase your pay?
No,
So your pay stays the same?
absolutely.
So why are we, if you've been doing it as the city administrator, because in absence of any position that's not filled, such as DPW, you automatically assume those positions. So why are we doing this?
Because MDOT requires it. It's just something that should have been done or should be done all the time. As this, me being the signer, they want something formally in their records. So when we do it before council, it becomes the official, excuse me, I become the official person on their records.
So here's another question. So you are acting DPW director. And so as acting DPW director, our streets and our roads, they need you to formally state that this is your title
They need to be, they need
or
for
a
me,
part of your job duties.
they need for us to formally state a designated signee when they send these contracts to our office. By default, it was coming to me.
But here's the thing,
DPW director, we don't have one. Our last one, I don't know, I forget the title, that was given to Mr. Kenneth Miller, who left.
Utilities administrator.
Utilities, he
Mhm.
left. And then before it was Mike Brown.
Correct.
And he left in, was it 22?
It was
20,
somewhere.
March 17th, it was St. Patty's Day. And he was the last, according to the job description in our city charter, who was qualified. Before him, it was the last qualified person, which was Rob Benzick.
Ron Benson.
And so when calling, because I called about the service line replacements, the state of Michigan has said that you were not qualified to be the DPW director.
I'm not the person that actually signs the various documents that Eagle requires as official.
Okay.
And that's totally okay with them. They've never said, if they've said that to you, they've never said that to me.
Put in an email.
Never said it to me. They've accepted
Yeah.
all my Eagle signature documents that were relevant to anything that was going on.
Well, I assume we have to have someone to sign off,
And
but it's
all
a
of-
full-time, and you've called into different times being the DPW director, which to me, we can't keep people here at the city of Flint. We just can't. And they go and work for other municipalities and not ours. And so you're saying they won't accept the documents anymore if you sign them unless you are the designation street administrator?
This is simply the appropriate way to do business with MDOT. That's
So you're
basically it.
saying since 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, this administration was doing it incorrectly and knowingly?
This simply is the official. This is simply the correct way. Not that we were doing it the wrong way, but the official way now is to make sure this designated person is on file with MDOT. They're the ones that accepted. They put my name on all of the documents and contracts that they sent here for us to validate and verify. They accepted that.
So, okay, so for 7 years, they accepted it. Now we want to get in line and do things right. And so does that put into question, my time's going to be up, that the years prior where you were not, you didn't have this title, does it put in question prior where you did for 7 years sign these documents?
No.
Does it put that in jeopardy?
No.
Well, I'm going to yield the floor because that's my time. Thank you.
Okay, any other council person wish to speak in the first round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. All right, so, so you will not have a new position. This is just a combined title.
I'm just serving, yes, if the combined title means I'm serving in that capacity, that would be absolutely correct. There's no more money, there's no more anything. It's just me making sure that I'm the official signer for these documents, and that's what goes on in the record books for MDOT.
Okay, so, all right, so city administrator was not acceptable or DPW director, but what is acceptable is street administrator.
City administrator had been acceptable, but to keep in alignment with what MDOT desires from a municipality, we made sure that we put this resolution up before council. This was brought to me by the accountant. I was unaware of it, period. I was still just signing the MDOT contracts when they would come to me. They'd send me e-signature contracts that we already validated, and I was signing them.
Okay, so, so question, so are we still looking for a DPW director?
Still posted, has been posted the entire time.
Okay, and so how much extra do you get for filling that role?
Nothing. I don't get anything for fulfilling that role.
So you just get your regular?
I get my regular city administrator salary. I don't get anything extra for any roles. I'm just making sure the city keeps moving as a part of the process. That is my role.
All righty. All right, well, thank you, Mr. Edwards, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any Any other council person wish to speak in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
This is just a quick, it's just an administrative function. This is all it's for, is just to sign documents.
Yeah, it's never used.
Okay.
That's the only time it's used, just to
to
sign
clarify.
MDOT documents, no
Okay.
other documents.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else in the first round? Seeing no one, I will take a few seconds. Who had the title of street administrator prior to today?
Street direct, you're talking about the transportation?
It says resolution for designation of street administrator. Street administrator is a titled position, right?
No, we have a transportation
So
director.
so a street administrator is not a titled position that the city has?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I'm just,
This is the terminology that MDOT is using. We talk about, from our standpoint of streets, which is the transportation division, then we have a transportation director. But this terminology is what MDOT uses and must be the must be the.
I think I
language
understand
throughout
what
the
you're,
state.
I understand what you're saying. I think this resolution is kind of maybe a little bit ambiguous because it's almost like we're appointing you to another position.
Oh, no.
That's the way I think it's coming off to some of my
Oh,
colleagues, and that's
no.
what might be the confusion. So it's basically saying that we're authorizing you to be a signer for those things. So this resolution is, in my opinion, poorly worded because it's almost like we're appointing you to a position to this. So that's
No,
the confusion.
It's a
Okay.
it's a signer function only.
All right, I think that it could have been, it could have been worded a whole lot different, that we're signing you as the designated signer versus appointing you a street administrator. I think that's a lot of the confusion, Mr. Edwards. I think that's what it is.
Okay.
Maybe it's all just my confusion, but anyone in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Councilman, Councilman in the ninth ward.
To somewhat echo what you're saying about the resolution itself, I think it also would have been helpful if in the resolution it referenced that this was being done either at the request of or to align with what MDOT is stating, or some reference to the fact that MDOT is requesting and requiring this, and not it just be what, as you state, could appear as a designation to a new office or to an additional responsibility. Not understanding from you that you're making some clarity, but what the resolution can give a different impression. So
Understood.
Having you share what you've shared on the record will make me comfortable to move this forward. But had not been for the clarity and you being on a record, I might would have had to request that we send this resolution back for the clarity that you have stated, and it still might not be a bad idea.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Clerk.
if I could just point out that I will provide information to the council, but this is not the first resolution that has been approved for Mr. Edwards for this designation. And also historically, the city administrator is normally the person that has signed this. I do recall in the past specifically working with staff in DPW that it's done as a requirement for MDOT. So what I can do is pull up prior resolutions just to show that this has been historically a city administrator responsibility, as well as Mr. Edwards has already been approved for this designation in the past.
Madam Clerk, so this resolution is a carbon copy of one that's been passed prior to?
I'm looking at who drafted it, and it's possible. So I will pull the other resolutions just to see if there was any language change.
You still have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, that, you know, sometimes we do receive an attachment along that line that provides some of that clarity. So in doing so, that would just support more clearly what we're being asked to do. And I don't, like I said, I don't question necessarily that there are many things as the administrator that fall into your lap that you have to take care of. And to a certain extent, we want to be mindful. And I believe the questions around compensation, not speaking for my colleagues, but even question that I would have had they not asked was, is there some form of compensation for taking on what otherwise might be considered an additional responsibility? But understanding again that it's one that you have been doing, and we're being requested to align with what MDOT is asking. Thank you, Clerk Donahue. Thank you, Administrator Edwards, for the clarity that both of you have provided. I yield the floor.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to read this. So I believe John Daly was the last person who, I remember talking with him about Public Act 51. And so Section 139, Act of 51, Public Act of 1951 provides in part that each city to which money is returned under this section, the responsibility for street preservation, development, construction, or repair of off-street parking facilities and construction or repair of street lighting shall be coordinated by a single administrator designated by the governing body who shall be responsible for and shall represent the municipality in transactions with the department underneath this act. Then when you look it up further, because we need to have these things to be very clear to us. Public Act of 1951, which is the foundational government legislation governing transportation fund, establishing, it dictates the distribution of state fuel taxes, registration fees for road maintenance, allocating roughly 39% to the state, 39% to the counties, and 22% to municipalities. So this is really important. I remember John Daly talking about the importance, because he worked over at the Genesee County Road Commission. And I know he had a job specifically in a title, which was street maintenance. Do we have anyone in street maintenance anymore?
Transportation director is the actual position.
Do we have a transportation director?
We have an interim transportation director.
So we don't have a transportation director. Rod McGaha, was he transportation director?
Correct.
So John Daly quit. We have
Rod
McGaha quit.
Came on board.
Well, he ain't here no more.
Yep.
So don't correct me. Thank you.
I wasn't.
And so then we had, I'm serious about this, Candace. And then we had, was it another guy, Donovan, or?
No.
Who was?
Don, he was interim as well, Don Thompson.
So we on our second interim.
Don was interim for a few months, and so he's.
And who's the current one again, please?
Dan Schiller. He's the interim right now.
He's interim.
Yes.
And so we do have to make sure, because if we want our 22%, we want to make sure with all these potholes that we got, that we can pave our streets, fix the pothole. So Act 51 is a big deal because that's funding. And I mean, and there's my thing. When we come up here, it needs to be transparent. I mean, that's why I said, I know every job defaults to you, Mr. Edwards, but let's not play like it's not important. Our streets are terrible. They're awful. You'll lose your whole front end of your vehicle in them. So I think we need to correct some of that language in this. Yeah. And I believe the clerk, Mr. Chair, was going to check into that because you're just a signee to make sure we get the money for the streets.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else in the second round?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the second ward.
thank you. So I do think it'd be a great idea if we fix the language. And moreover, could you provide the request for them, asking you to be renamed to street administrator? Like, so do you have the
Request. I guess I'm,
do you have the correspondence that said, Mr. Edwards, could you please use the name street administrator for the city of Flint? Do you have that correspondence?
that wasn't correspondence that came from MDOT. That was a recognition by our internal staff that we need to make sure the designation is put up in front of council. One of our staffies who works in the transportation department brought this to my attention. And that's how the resolution, I never said that MDOT, this is a MDOT requirement, but they never just contacted me and said we had to do this.
Okay. So, so this is a suggestion from someone internal that used to work with MDOT, told you that you should do this.
No, I'm sorry. They didn't work with MDOT. This is our accountant who performs and prepares the Act 51 reporting, consistent and able to be consistent with that. She said, let's put up a resolution just to make sure we have our designated signer as a part of this process. She's just reading the rules and regulations of MDOT and made sure that we had this resolution put in front of council. If we do nothing here, I still have to sign those documents. If we don't do anything here, I still would be the one signing those documents. This is just a designation that they speak of. And so it would be appropriate to go ahead and do this, but it doesn't stop the fact that I still will be the person. If you don't do anything or act on this, I still will be that person that has to sign that document.
Understood. So for the sake of clarity, I think that it would be a good idea to clarify the resolution, but it's at the pleasure of the body. So thank you, Madam, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? All right. I will speak just really quickly. Mr. Edwards, maybe my hearing's gone, but I swear that you said that MDOT is requiring you to do this.
I said it's an MDOT requirement. I never said I said it's an MDOT requirement. It is an MDOT requirement. I never said they sent me a letter, or I didn't say anything about them contacting me about it.
No, I think you just said that it was MDOT was requiring it. So maybe I'm like parsing words here, but Mr. Edwards, is there any way that you can get us a refreshed version of this that doesn't necessarily
You want the language?
Yeah, because to me it's saying that we're creating this title.
I don't think I didn't, I'd have
Yeah,
to-
no, I hear you.
I didn't
And
prepare it, so I didn't.
I think it's confusing, and it's because it's almost like we're giving you another position. That's the way it's reading. That's the way that a lot of people are reading it.
You wanted to reference signer function only?
Yes.
Or just some
Yeah, because
kind
I
of?
think the whole designated of street administrator sounds like a position.
Okay.
So if it could just say that we are authorizing you as a signer of the city pursuant to the act of that, if you could get that for us Monday for special affairs, and we will change this to a .1 with that different language, I think that would
No problem.
that would be a much better situation than just passing this based on your verbal and leaving this on the record.
Understood.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to move this to special affairs.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Counselor, Madam Clerk, roll call to move 260054 to special affairs. Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Dr. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
6 yes, 1 no. That'll move to special affairs. On to our next agenda item is special order discussion item 250431. Discussion item requested by the second ward council member for an update. Oh, I'm sorry. There was a special request, and I will do it without objection, to move 260061, special discussion item, to the top of the list. So without objection, we will jump to 260061, a discussion item on youth engagement, a 15-minute discussion item as requested by Council President Mashat Lewis. I'm sorry. It's been 2 years. It's been 2 years.
It's just been 3, but it's
been 3.
Mashat now.
Yeah. Council President Mashat
There we go.
concerning youth engagement. So 15 minutes, and I will turn the floor over to Council President. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. This discussion item is ordered as a result of every week we have, for the past couple of months, had youth come and speak in the chambers and speak diligently and ask us to, as a council, consider ways that we can engage them or consider events or different things we can do in the city for them. And so I ordered this discussion item tonight so that we could hear from 2 of the youth that are often present with us to give us some of their input, and then also for us to have a discussion as a council about what we can reasonably do from our seats to help with youth engagement here, even if that is us maybe forming some sort of youth council or doing something, but something so that the youth who are here every week and who have requested this for months now have a voice. And so at this time, I do want to invite 2 young ladies up as they will help lead this discussion item. And they will introduce themselves. And you, please join us. Thank you both so much. I see right now only one of the mics are on, but you can turn on the other or share that one. Doesn't matter. If you two would please introduce yourselves.
My name is Keelani Copeney. And my name is Mari Copeney.
All right, and thank you both for joining us tonight. We will go ahead and allow you to have the floor. I know you had some things that you wanted to speak up to first, so go ahead. Make sure you speak into the mic.
Okay, I'm Mari Copeney, and I've spent over half of my life advocating for the kids inside Flint. Back in 2021, I suggested a youth advisory council to Mayor Neely at the Youth Roundtable. His response back then was, I'll think about it. I think about it as long as the youth can be positive. Last year, he finally made his youth council, which did exactly what he wanted, lots of positive photo ops. But the issue with that is only focusing on the positive doesn't actually address the needs of the youth here. We live in a city where lots of negative things happen to kids and their families. Bad water, horrible food in our local stores, crime, gang issues, shootings, and so much more. All of these things cause harm to our youth of our communities. One of the main quotes when talking to youth is, if they don't give you a seat at the table, stand on it with a megaphone. And I'm sure this council has seen ignoring me, attacking me, scolding me, rolling your eyes at me does not faze me one bit. I'll keep on coming back because the kids of our community deserve so much better. I'm not sure what the end goal is for youth engagement for council, but I do strongly suggest listening to the kids, however that looks. If you decide to go to the route of a youth advisory board, make sure you include kids of all ages from 10 to 21 from various backgrounds. Make sure you include at-risk youth, college students, and students from some of the various schools in Flint. Don't just focus on the positive things. Tackle the tough subjects too. We're not photo ops. We're the future of this community, and the decisions made by those in charge will now affect us more in the long run. So please give the youth the seat at the table.
I'm Kehlani Kopke, and I'm 13 years old and one of the 23,000 residents of Flint, Michigan who is under the age of 21. Youth under the age of 21 make up about 25% of the population in Flint, but are the least representative when it comes to having our concerns addressed and voices heard. Some elected officials say they love seeing young people being civically engaged, while others hate to see the youth come in. Youth engagement matters because the decisions made in this room and on all levels of government shape our everyday lives and our future. They shape our schools, our water, our safety, and the opportunities we grow up with. Even though we may be young, we are the ones living with those decisions the longest. And it's scary being a kid in Flint, Michigan, where gunshots are almost as common as hearing kids outside playing where you don't feel like your voice is being heard by those that are elected to represent you. And when we do come to council with those concerns, for the most part, we are ignored. When elected officials actually listen to young people, you don't hear opinions, you hear the future of Flint. You hear what matters to us, what feels unsafe in our neighborhoods, and what dreams kids have for their city. Young people notice things adults sometimes miss, and when you include us, you build policies that actually serve the whole community and not just what you think the youth need. Let's get away from the narrative that kids should stay out of politics and start including us in the process.
All right, thank you both. And at this time, I will open the floor for discussion from my colleagues. Again, they were invited here and invited to have their voices heard, as they've been asking for the council to have more youth engagement and to make sure that we are giving them a seat at the table. And so I am open to any conversation that we can possibly have around how we as a council engage the youth more. I know we've given to youth jobs, but they've expressed that it needs to be beyond youth jobs and that we need to be a little bit more in touch with what's going on. So at this time, I'll open the floor for discussion, and it can be an open discussion with them.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
So, actually, I think that should be, through
It's fine.
Mr. Council.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair. We're so used to it. So yesterday I was at a meeting in Lansing with the Michigan Municipal League, and a group of high schoolers came in to learn more about government. And they asked us a couple of questions, those of us who were in that committee, about what our daily life was like and stuff. And then today I actually went to I was in a classroom where no one could explain what government was. Only one person knew the 3 different branches of government. So we need your help to try to teach these children and young adults, because it's all ages, about how government works. And I think that's the big thing. You've been around for a while. You understand how government works, but so many of your peers don't. And I know that we had civics when I was in elementary school, so we learned back then. But now I don't know that you guys have that. So how do we teach the youth of today how government works?
Well, just be straightforward with the youth. Don't sugarcoat anything, because it's already bad enough that our government in general kind of is like really bad. So don't try to sugarcoat or be like, oh, but our government isn't that bad, when, sometimes the government is that bad. So, just try to how do I word this? I would say low key, dang, that's kind of hard, not gonna lie.
That's our, but we would, any help that you can give us to teach the youth of today, not necessarily that government is bad, but how it works and how you can influence legislators and elected officials to I mean, you guys come and talk to us with limited success, but you're still being heard. Maybe more people need to come to council meetings to find out how we work and what happens. Maybe we should ask more children in, but we also, it's important that you guys know. And I guess that's where I'm going is, how do we do that?
So, yeah, anyone else?
Mr. Oh.
Yeah. Councilman in the 9th ward, then the 2nd ward.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. So, in the school system now, whether it be, and I don't know if you don't necessarily have to say whether you're in a public or a private school system, but in the system that you're in, is there curriculum that's being delivered? Are there, in your classrooms, are you talking about government structure, not necessarily politics itself, but is there lessons as Councilwoman said, when, in our time, being decades older than you, in elementary school, we had social studies. And then when you get to junior high, high school, you'll have civics. And I can't remember if that was an elective class or if it was a required class. But what's required of you all now in the school system?
Well, for my class in our social studies, we're learning actually about the legislative, the judicial, and the executive branch in governments. So we do these like skills to like on each one is, I'm sorry, I'm stuttering. We do the skills and like the facts about them and stuff.
Okay, so you're hearing about them and what they're designed to do. Okay, and what you say you're in junior high, correct?
She's in 8th grade.
8th grade. I don't. Is that middle school? What do they call it now? 8th grade, and you're 10th, 11th grade.
Currently, well,
she's in high school.
High school level, grade level. Okay. What do you think would be impactful for us to support that will help a greater number? Because as is realized, I mean, the fact of the matter is the two of you are engaged. But for those that are not engaged at your level, what's the most effective way for us to try to support?
I would say more hands-on learning, engage more with the youth. I would say try to throw events that are youth related, like let's say I'm gonna take for example like how I always throw events for the youth here. Like maybe try to throw something like it doesn't gotta be over the top extraordinary, but maybe something that can be really, really, really helpful and useful to the youth here. Because a lot of the youth here want to have some fun too. So at least make it fun for the youth.
Okay, and I think back in 2021, or when you represented this to the mayor originally, especially for items that, as I see it, and all of us having allocated, well, most having allocated the monies that they have via ARPA, it was probably the best place to go with the mayor because he does have more leeway as it relates to a budget to support some of these programs. But I guess, before we go there, and we've already talked a little bit about education of government systems, is that what's really needed? Is what's needed by the youth understanding the government, or is there something even greater that needs to be supported, acknowledged, recognized by us to youth?
Honestly, I really think I really think you guys need to hold something for the youth that's inside of here, At least like how y'all do council meetings, make it a council meeting, but kind of like for the youth. So it allows all the youth to, speak up about stuff. I mean, I'm pretty sure if that could happen, I could bring some young people in. Like that's not an issue. Like it's not an issue getting young people here. I mean, there's a lot of young people here that want to get their voices heard. So, I mean, that's something that could be done. At least think about it.
I yield, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm going to add 5 more minutes without objection.
Okay.
So we're going to add
10.
5 minutes
Can you
without,
do 10?
10 minutes without objection. Madam Clerk, Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you, ladies, for coming and voicing your opinion. So just want to share a few things that have been working, because I have established a relationship with different schools such as Southwestern Academy, where Councilwoman Johnson and her daughter came with me, and we held a listening session, listening to what the youth decided would encompass a clean and safe summer, things that they wanted to see funding, ARPA funding, centered around, so they will be confident and feel safe within their city. So those conversations have taken place, as well as things with Freeman, Eagles Nest, the New Standard, Home STEM Academy, Northridge, Burton Glen, and also relationship with Greater Heights. So the work is currently being done within the schools. And we hear what the students are saying. A lot of them, they don't have civic education. They don't know what a council is. They don't know what they're beholden to. Your parents don't even know what the council is and what it's beholden to. And so it's important to make sure that we educate them with that. And so I put together a Council 101 presentation that I am taking to the schools to educate the seniors, so because they are of voting age, so they can have an understanding of the process and also what it looks like. In addition to, I have a consistent streamline of resources that I share with the schools, such as when scholarship opportunities are available, when it is board appointments. So one example is the Genesee Prevention Coalition. They deal with abuse and substance abuse. They were looking for young people. So I know I forwarded the information to Councilwoman Johnson, as well as other schools that have young people that may be interested in dealing with prevention and things of that nature. So those are things that some of the things that I've been doing from my seat when I'm out in the community, because when something crossed my desk, when it's youth related, I send it directly to the district, Flint area. So if you service Flint area children, I engage with you. So an example of that was Burton Glen. I was a sponsor for one of their buses for their field trip, because they wanted to go to the zoo. They service 2nd Ward residents, so I wanted to make sure that I was assisting in that area. So again, I'm coming back full circle to say, I hear you. I'm speaking to your peers, and I have my ear to the street. So I will be a resource if any of my colleagues, if they're interested. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councilwoman in the 6th Ward and then 3rd.
So you know it's election season, right? So one of the things, because you've been in this council with a lot of things that you didn't even see when you were at home or in the streets. I mean, we have council members who owe this community and you young ladies an apology. So that's what they can start and begin with. So you do a lot of stuff, and I appreciate what you do. Your Christmas program is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. I mean, the way I couldn't organize that. I'm gonna be honest. And so you have to be celebrated, but we have to be able to communicate. I don't know, and I don't think I don't have school-age children like that. My one is pre-med in college. And so we have to understand what the schools are teaching. And with charters and public schools, curriculums are different, and often benchmarks are not met in most of these schools. And so some schools used to have student councils.
that when you were in school, I served on Pierce Elementary Student Council, and that's something that's important. But invite us to your school. I would love to come. Let us, as you want us to reach out to you, reach out, let's make it a both way. Look, I won't call the po-po on you. I want to engage with you because you are our future, and it's not cliche. You are. And how we need to help you, it may look a little different because Flint is its own different. It's not like Fenton, Flushing, Grand Blanc. It's different. And so having us in the schools puts us in your playground to where, and all of us don't need to be in your playground, let's be honest. And so we need to make sure we come with good intentions that is for the community as a whole, not a single person, and that we can help each other. And a lot of it is we have to model ourselves like we want you to model yourselves. And this council has not been a good model to you. And for that, I'm apologizing for the behavior. I am. So let's talk, keep it open. I'd love to see you here when we talk about the mayor's council, and he took the idea and he ran with it for himself. We call that a plagiarism pirate. And so I just want to make sure that if it's something we can do on this side to create a connect with both with the youth, bring them to council, because it's everybody gonna be nice to November. So take advantage of it. Take advantage of it. And they're gonna be engaged. And so I hope that you continue to come. And I'm gonna, I got your mom's, I think I have your number, Mari, because I want to see what we can do and interacting. But you have to hold us accountable too, and we shouldn't discount children to tell them youth that, stay in your place. We shouldn't do that. We should be listening. We should be attentive because there's a lot that we can learn from you as you learn from us, but respect has to go both ways. So I will have a conversation, and I'm glad, who put this on? Was it President Candace Michelle for putting this on so that we can have this discussion. And we need to have a youth day. We need to have a youth day in here and celebrate and show them that this is how, because they're going to be nice to November, that this is how they know how to act and that we can move forward together. So I'm going to yield the floor and thank you for that.
Thank you. Just pointing out, I'm not going to be nice. I'm not going to be nice.
You got kids still in school.
I ain't going to be nice. Councilwoman in the third ward.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Again, I am a bus driver. I do believe in the youth, okay? I am who I am. I do believe that you guys are our today, our tomorrow, and our future. So the ideals that you have, and I also have a youth that is under the age of 21. You always see her here with me at council. Is what you guys plan or what you want to do, and you guys need to set up something where you two is kind of over the program and we support you on the program and get funding to help you young people to develop a council or a young people council where you, like they said, the pilot program. We have a pilot program. You guys run the pilot program. You tell us what you want and we'll help you with what you want and what you need to get. And we need to be supportive of you. And also you bring some youth in. Also, I know a lot of youth. Like I said, I am also a bus driver. So I know a lot of youth, and a lot of youth would like to be involved. And if you can bring the youth and we can do something, even in the council chambers, where we have you guys sitting up here and you guys conducting the meeting of what you want, what would be on your agenda like we have here. And then we can get some resolutions of what you guys want. You tell us what you want and we support what you want to do. So I don't believe in just going into school because everybody is not in the school building. We have people that do school online. So I believe in reaching everyone. And you guys know the children, your young people, just, everybody that wants to come, because I've met people that know you guys. And when you meet people, we just want to get all you young people involved and hear your voice and what you have to say, because I believe in what you have to say. I'm not doing it for an election. I don't need it for an election. I do support youth because I am a bus driver. I'm up at 5 and I'm done. When you see me running in here on some days, on Wednesday, I'm running here off of my bus. My bus sometimes be parked in the back, but I am in support of the youth. So whatever you want to do, we are willing to support you in any and everything that you want. So kind of get a program together so we can help you and assist you with the program that you want to get together so we can hear what you have to say. And we sit on the other side and you guys sit in our chair and you guys tell us and show us, like you said, these are the rules. This is what you need to know. Your 1, 2, 3s and your ABC. This is what we need to sometime listen to you for you to show us on how we need to conduct ourselves. But thank you again.
Okay, without objection, I'm going to add 3 more minutes. And before I turn the floor over for the final, I just want to say that the Copany girls, congratulations on getting eye contact from everybody tonight. This is the first time ever. So what you've done here tonight, you've got eye contact from everybody here. So I think that's a first. So mark that on the calendar. So Councilwoman in the 7th Ward, wrap this up.
Thank you. Absolutely. I will wrap up this discussion item. First of all, I want to thank my colleagues for, like our chair said, being attentive and actually cooperating in a conversation with these 2 young ladies who have been coming here for some time. And I want to, because one of the things we do, action items, right? That you don't leave here thinking this is the last time you're just going to sit here. One of the reasons that I wanted to have this discussion is so that we can establish something so that you all are over it, that you can lead it, have other youth from the ages you suggested come and start being a part of it. But I know one of the things you talked about was like gangs, crimes, drug intervention and all of that. And so we are going to look to you to tell us how to shape and again, how to put funding toward what you are going to lead and head up. Like Councilwoman Johnson said, there will need to be a proposal to put in place. I will happily work with you on that as well. So that it can be presented, because I know sometimes you just get your thoughts and put it on paper. And then we will do another discussion item at the next Government Ops Committee meeting where we can do the proposal and we move forward with what, because as the weather is breaking, we want to go ahead and implement what you're going to do. Ladies, do you have a final thought? I have like 1 minute left, so you can have it.
Well, thank you all for listening to me and my sister and giving us eye contact. That's the first. I think we're going to buy a cake for that.
You got something? No? Okay. All right. I'm done.
Okay. Then thank you. We will close that discussion item on. Thank you once again. On to the next discussion item, a 10-minute discussion item as requested by the 2nd Ward Councilperson Lewis for an update on the administration, from the administration concerning water testing within 3,400 to 3,600 of Brownell. So, okay, so I'll open it up to the floor, whoever wants the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So through you, can we have Mr. Edwards come to the front?
Yep. Mr. Edwards, you got all 10 minutes, so if you want to take a seat, you're more than welcome to.
All right, so my question is, where are we in this process?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Still waiting for the resolution, revised resolution that's supposed to give me the designations of what you want to test. That was our last conversation.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Is it a request for information?
I can wait. I'll just explain it when I get the floor.
Okay, so you're waiting on the resolution from council.
That we, at the council meeting, we talked about there's a specific set of factors that you test for, and that's what they charge for. And I can't make that up. You have to tell me what it is you want to test for, and I'll make sure the vendor tests for that. And then we get the pricing from that. That's how they determine how they're going to give us the pricing, by what chemicals they're testing.
Understood. Okay, so I know for a fact that Mr. Fields, he came multiple times requesting mold being one of the items being tested. So mold should be on the list. One of them should be mold. And I will just turn the floor over to my colleagues. Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman in the 7th Ward.
Thank you. No, Mr. Edwards, she missed the meeting when we were discussing the update. But what we are going to do, like before we do the resolution, everyone was sent an email by our city clerk with the survey, because remember our first step was getting the survey. And so everyone does have the survey. You received it in your email. And I also provided the comments that the public health public health manager, as well as the, I keep forgetting Mr. Dungy's official title, but as well.
A water plant supervisor.
Water plant supervisor. They both added what they thought should go to the survey. And with the public health manager, it was just simply she needed maybe some more kind of contact information. And then Mr. Dungy just wanted us to add, he had a specific bacteria that he wanted to add, but on the survey are questions that will help us figure out, because every house might be different, but there are questions to help us figure out what the house may need to be tested for. And then at the bottom of the survey, it has the different metals, the chemicals, and then also now that bacteria. And at whomever is going to end up doing the survey, Mr. Edwards at the homes, they will just end up checking the bottom, and then that will help inform you on what should be tested at each home. And again, per our discussion, the metals, you have the first metal is at a base price, and then it's $10 per metal. After that, your bacteria is going to cost a little bit more, but then it's just going to be for that particular bacteria. And so we have 100 homes that will probably have different needs, or maybe they'll all have the same box check, but the survey is going to help us be more informed about what specific metals and what specific bacteria we need to test for. But that survey, once my colleagues take a look at it, I am going to add, yes, Clerk Donahue actually sent it to you all. I forgot to have it printed out today, but it's in our emails. But once that survey is complete, or once we have the okay from the council that the survey is complete, we will then turn it over to you and your lovely public Office of Public Health. They will go conduct the surveys at the house, at the homes. And then from there, once you all tell us what you come up with, we will put those particular metals into the resolution, and that resolution will be correct for you to start testing.
Thank you.
I yield.
Any more discussion on this discussion topic?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
to you, to the city clerk, when did you send that?
This afternoon. It was today.
You did it today.
I think so. Let me look. Oh, it was yesterday. It was 17th. It was yesterday. Yesterday.
Yep, it was yesterday about 5 p.m.
I don't see.
I'll resend it right now.
Yeah, because I don't see the, what's the name attached to it, the survey.
It's there.
Not for mine, it's not. We need you to, Mr. Chair, to Candace, we need to turn this in by when?
If we can get it to them, because they need to start going to the homes to do the survey. So we can try to get it to them maybe next week sometime.
Is it a reason why are we testing for mold in it, or?
It's at the bottom of the survey.
It's at the bottom. Thank you, Ariel. So are we testing for bacteria? Is that one of them?
Yep, it's at the, you said you don't have the survey?
No, she said she's, She
She
just
just
sent
sent
it
it
to
again.
me. Yeah, I have it now. Okay,
Are you yielding?
I'm yielding. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
I want to thank Councilwoman Mashat for doing that because I don't understand anything about water, and I thought it was very complete from what I saw, especially from the concerns that the residents have brought forward to us here in this room. And so I have no problem with it as it stands. And I like the idea that we can test according to what they want tested, each individual resident, if that's what we need to do, so that we're not paying for tests that another resident doesn't feel they have an issue with. So we're not paying that for that property, but we are for the property that they feel they have the issue with. And then if it's something that's consistent across the area, then we found out that they all have the same concerns. And I
Request for
think that's
information.
very good.
Go ahead.
Through you to the speaker, am I understanding that each house is going to have a different test?
That was, yeah, answer that.
So there's a survey that asks about their specific
Address.
like what they're smelling, seeing, tasting, what effects it's having on their home, what effects it's having on their health. And then based off of what is specific to their homes, at the bottom of the survey, there is a box that it's for Mr. Dungy or public health administrator, to check to figure out which test needs to be done in that specific home. And so, but what it is still the same metals. So what happens is, even when they order it, right, most people are going to have that same base metal, but it's the metals that come after that, the $10, I don't know what company y'all are going with, but that's generally the price. Then if the metals after that are different for each home, then yes. So say you and I could be having two completely different things, right? I could probably not need a metal or testing at all in my home, right? Mine could sound more like a bacteria issue, and I would be more along the lines of bacteria. Whereas you might have an issue, and your issue might be more along the lines of what sounds like a metal concern, if that makes sense.
It makes sense if we can have some discussion. It makes sense.
Yeah.
I just didn't realize that every home was getting a custom test. I thought we were sort of doing a survey to identify
But what I'm saying,
a standard test that we were going to develop for the entire 2 blocks.
Right.
But if we can make it work where it's custom to each household and it's within a reasonable, well, I hate to say reasonable price, but yet we're going to have to determine some kind of budget.
So what
for this.
happens again in that testing is if we decide I just give you a blanket testing and we only test for XYZ, but you don't have any of those issues based off of what you're describing your home, but we don't ever actually test for your actual issue, this does you no good because it looks like you're fine when you're not. Yeah.
If I may.
And that's why I'm saying that's what I liked about the way the survey was written, is that we could do that.
Madam Clerk, we'll add 10 more minutes without objection.
I mean, there's going to be standardized tests, I think, because we did agree to test all of these homes. So one standardized test, but then add the individual ones that the homeowners or the residents are desiring of, so that they can learn more about the water. We can learn more about the water. Our water department can learn more about what's going on. I think that the way that this survey was written and developed is great, and I commend you very much for that. Thank you. I yield.
Anyone else with discussion?
Chair.
Mr.
Yeah,
Edwards.
Yeah, I had a question by listening
Yeah.
to that discussion. So do you know that vendors will do this custom? I mean, I don't want to run into that problem, and find out later that, no, they're not going to do 100 customized tests.
So when they run tests on homes, right, it's going to be that specific home, that specific address. And so they will test for whatever you tell them to test for. It's not, they can't tell you yes or no. It's whatever you as the customer say, my address is 3710 and hers is 3727. We are not, they can't tell you, oh, we're only going to test for the same thing on this, right? It's going to be, if you say, for all of these homes, I want to let it test no matter what, right? And that's only if that's how that works out. And then say for this particular home, this home sounds like it more so has a bacteria problem, whereas this home does not sound like it has a bacteria problem. What you don't want to do is order blanket testing, and then you end up paying for something that, if you go over what they're having in their home, is not even actually the issue that they're having. And so now you've paid money for something that wasn't even occurring.
I believed when you were discussing it, I mean, as a group, that I was thinking you were saying that by way of the survey,
Yes.
that everybody would put the things that they wanted to be tested from A to Z, and then we'd figure that as the panel that would go across all homes. It would take into account everybody's issue.
Correct.
But we would be testing for all the items A to Z as a panel.
And if that works too, if you would like
I mean,
to.
I'm doing it whatever way you want me, but I'm just saying that that's what I first thought you were saying.
Right. So I think what will happen is that once we do the surveys, and as a council, you all provide the data on what you see, and then you provide the recommendation, and that's what we're going to put in the resolution.
Okay, anyone else with discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Mr.
Councilwoman
Edwards.
in the sixth ward.
Did you say councilman?
No, I said councilwoman.
No. Mr. Edwards, many residents have asked why not test, a larger pool of people. Do you get in the mayor's office any complaints that the water smells, mold, mildew? Is your office getting any complaints?
I would not be that person that could, possibly give that information, because there is a person in our office that handles that. So I have not been exposed to those particular complaints, but that doesn't mean we haven't received them.
Okay, because some people on certain areas feel that they don't have these problems. In some areas, we know when the water is stagnant, we have automatic flushers, like over there where Councilman Pfeiffer lives. So the water doesn't get stagnant. We do have one on Concord and Winona now, but that was fighting to get that one. So, and that's what I would like to know, because people are asking, why are we not, and this is just a sampling to see if it's a cluster in their area. And I would like to, because a lot of people will come and they call the mayor. So who's over that in the mayor's office, in the administration?
It's Daryl.
Mr. Daryl Petway?
Petway, yeah, he handles the individual complaints that might be phoned in
So they
directly to
would
the
come.
mayor's office, yes.
So can we find out so that if he has taken note of that, if there's another cluster or different pockets that we address in those, we're gonna do this first, I know, but I don't want to leave any resident out if they have water complaints. If they have water complaints, then, we need to see what's going on. And I know we got some over there where I live, because I had to buy a new faucet, and when he pulled up the hose, the sprayer, it's black gook in there. And that should not be in there. So if we could do that to find out in these areas, because I know it cannot be, and maybe it could be, because that's the end of the system over there. That the end of the Northwest transmission, if we have, that area over there, Brownell, Wabash, Mackin Road, Flushing, Ballinger, in that area. Because I know for a fact in my sprayer, it is black mold or something that's in there. And that should not be in there. And I had to buy a new faucet and replace all of that. And this, matter of fact, he hasn't even replaced it yet, because I couldn't let him in my house because I had the flu. And so I know it's a concern in these clusters, but I appreciate you said you will check to see if he's gotten any of those, though.
complaints? And will you share those with us?
Yes, I don't have any problem.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a minute or so. I don't have any questions, Mr. Edwards, but I'm going to make some statements. Not necessarily not pertaining to you, but this is why the government sucks right here. Just being honest with you, this is why the government sucks, and this is why the most scariest words is I'm here from the government and I'm here to help. Because this has been on our agenda for how long? Why can't we just get people out there to test? And now we're going to send out a survey that to me may or may not violate a HIPAA by having HIPAA questions. So, and now we're going to wait for the survey results to come back and everything else. Like, if it's that big of a deal, so it must not be that big of a deal if we can wait 3 months to get this damn testing done. So why can't we just do a standardized test that we've done probably 1 million times in this city to test to see if the water's polluted? I don't understand why now the council is the cog in the wheel. Like, this doesn't make any damn sense. Let's get a resolution to get these tests for a standardized test to test for whatever the chemicals and pollutants or foreign objects on the water and see if it's accurate. I don't understand what we're doing here. This doesn't make any damn sense. I think this is over 90 days.
Well over.
This doesn't make any sense. And now we're working on a survey to send to residents to get their input back to see if they have headaches or not. Are you kidding me? Is there an issue or not an issue? Because it doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal if we can wait all of this time. I'll yield to the second ward council person.
Thank you. And so I just wanted to add, Mr. Chair, that this was put on the floor and in the resolution by Councilman Winfrey Carter and the late Quincy Murphy when Mr. Fields came to us with his medical records. And he also showed pictures of the brush that hangs on his shower. He even disclosed pictures of his body parts that have been affected. So it has been beyond 3 months. It's been like over 3 years. And I've been asking every single DPW director, what can we do, in accordance to what the resolution said. And so I'm aware that the city sent city workers to test, but that wasn't what the resolution called for. They asked for outside testing. So it's been beyond 3 months. It's been over 3 years that this can has been kicked down the road. And I agree with Councilman Pfeiffer. It just seems like now it's back on us just to prolong the process, and it's not fair. I know that Mr. Fields, he also reached out and he told me that he submitted some information to the city clerk. And it says, today I sent some information to the city clerk, which I hope helps the city council decide what they're going to test for. If you remember, I sent an email to a college professor who's an expert on water safety, and I provided information that my professor said should be tested for. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk, did she receive these documents from Mr. Roy Fields? Okay, so I'm going to take it that maybe she did not. And so what I will do, I will reach out to Mr. Fields again so he can share the documents directly with me so I can share it directly with you all. But it is from Henry Ford Health Systems, and it speaks to whom it may concern, and it talks about his health diagnosis and also his skin wounds. And they're also talking about taking culture from the drinking water in the kitchen faucet. So hopefully we won't continue to wait. And if we do anything, Mr. Fields, he deserves to have his water tested. Now, if we're going to wait for other people, that's fine. But Mr. Fields, he been fighting. He been submitting personal pictures. He been asking for the city. He asked for this. He also asked for other elected officials, but he came to this body, and this body said that we will do it, and we haven't done it. And that's unfair. So if we could at least test his water for mold and for the things stated in this letter, that'd be highly appreciated and appropriate. But I just don't think that it's fair that we keep kicking the can down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this discussion item?
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman on the sixth ward.
So we do know he has a problem. We do know that Mr. Fields' filters are black, jet black, and that there is a problem with mold. And the survey is still, he doesn't need a survey. He don't need one. And a lot of these people don't. You know, they just need to have, let's get out and test it and stop prolonging it. And so, Dennis, I appreciate your, I'm not gonna be niceness, because it's true, we need to poop or get off the pot. And we've been on the pot a long time. It's time to get this tested, and I'm not even for no survey. I mean, it should just be basic. Mold, mildew, bacteria. We need to test for the basic things, because there's some things that people may not know, but some of the symptoms. You know, and so we prolonged it too long. Mr. Roy Fields sends me scriptures every morning now, every morning, and I appreciate him. But we need to do what is right by the residents, and this is just a small cluster. We need to quit prolonging this. We need to go ahead and get the testing, get it tested. That we know that it's not just his block, especially when we go all the way down to Stewart Street. There were 5 people died in that first block. 5 of aggressive cancers. That's not normal. And we owe it to the people to get the, well, I don't say get the ball rolling. We're doing nothing but prolonging it. We need to get it tested. So I don't know what we need to do to get the testing, because water companies, they test. They can tell you what type of test that you want. Did anybody ask that to the water company, testing company? Mr. Edwards, when you spoke to them, did you ask them?
No, I haven't. I haven't been speaking to them.
Who's been speaking to them?
We just made the inquiry. I went through Jeanette Best and some others that have used companies. They have used companies as it relates to testing the plants and so forth. So,
Request for
but we didn't have
information.
any discussions.
Request for information.
Dennis.
Yeah.
You.
I'm just like, we're having it open, so I'll just go.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, I don't know if you're aware, but even if they do go there, they're gonna ask them, what are we testing for? What are the symptoms? So they're still gonna need to know.
Well, let them go there with the survey. We don't need to pre-send the survey. When they show up, let them have a survey in hand.
Oh, wait, are we talking about the same thing? What are you talking about?
No, we're not, because I'm asking him why he's saying he didn't talk to anybody. And he's saying he took recommendations from Jeanette Best and from, I assume, Scott Dungy. And this is not something I would have hoped, Mr. Edwards, either you or your administrative assistant, and you would have been on this, because this is serious. This is the water. 18 months people drank this water, bathed in it, cooked in it, and they told them nothing's wrong with your water that is brown, copper, the color of sweet tea. And so this ball is beyond dropped. And so if they got a survey, show up with the survey when you get there to the house and have the testing materials with you. That's what needs to be done. And we need to have this done expeditiously. And so.
Request for information.
Yep.
Councilwoman Burns, I don't know if you're clear, but what you're saying is what's supposed to happen. They're supposed to take the survey when they get the water. Like, that's what's supposed to happen.
Not pre-fill it out.
No, they're supposed to fill it out right there while they're testing the
So
water.
they're gonna have the testing materials.
I would hope so. If they're testing water, I would expect that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so who was handling this in your office? Because we've been speaking with you. Was anyone,
I'm not sure of the question.
was,
What are you asking?
who did you give this task to state?
I checked with my staff. When you asked me about, remember,
The testing.
the onus of this is you don't want government testing. So
Right.
now, if you don't want government testing, that means we had to locate the companies that test independently. They do that for the wastewater. And so she had about 5 or 6 companies. Jeanette already revealed
Okay.
5 or 6 companies to me that they use that do independent testing for them.
Okay, so how long are we looking at that they can take this survey and begin this testing? Do we have a timeline? Do we need to put a time? Do you have a date? Because this is just gonna prolong out. And so maybe we need to do within 7 business days. No, just 7 days, don't need to be business days because they don't count the weekend. That we need to have a company that's given to them within 7 days so that we can begin the testing. That way we're not prolonging it. Are you guys hearing what I'm saying? Are we in a, yeah. What about if we get within 7 days, we can have a company? Because we prolong it, it's just gonna be another, yeah. Well, he's not the staff. I think it's independent companies. Is what he's saying. Jeanette had 6 companies, and the 6 companies is who she used to independently test it, not.
So I think that, if you don't mind, because I think what's happening is what we're saying, and I think you just have to use correct terms. So there are people, generally the people that collect the sample are not the ones who analyze it, the test. So when you collect the sample and then you send it in to be analyzed. So when we say somebody else is going to test it, we still have to get them the sample.
So there was independent testing where independent company came out.
Okay.
People are not gonna trust city workers to collect that water. They not. It's gotta be a company that comes and this is just a whole holy mess at this point. I hope city workers not going out to collect the water. They not going to, I wouldn't trust it. Not saying with them, when you say independent, it is independent of our city government. And that means from the collecting to the testing. And were you going to have city workers go collect the water?
I was going to follow the resolution. So if it calls for independent testing from beginning to end, that's what they'll get. That means we'll just pay the bill. That's all
That's
we're
what
gonna
I'm
do.
talking about.
Right.
Yes.
But that you
So
still,
I don't want
you
any
still have to
city
tell them-
workers.
You still
yeah.
have to be able to tell the company, what are you doing?
But when they get there, that's their business.
I don't know if they do, the survey, going out with the survey, that's what I hear. Now, the survey, I was understanding there was some discussion with public health office. Is that correct? Yes, I see you saying yes. So that means public health workers, City of Flint public health workers go to the house as well. If you don't want that part, then that's talking to the company. Will you perform this survey function as part of analyzing water? That's a whole different, that's a whole different thing.
So I don't like the public health navigators going in with the water company. They have no business being there. And I'm gonna tell you why, because people feel intimidated and they can pull someone to the side. Not saying that they would. Independent means nobody from the city, period. Let them collect the water, let the water go off to sampling or whomever. They can call people, the navigators, or meet with them. They go after the sampling has been done. But before or intervening or during, they should not be there.
They would have to, I'm sorry, madam. They would have to go before if they want to know what to test for.
Well, that's if we use the survey.
Oh, yeah. That's based on the survey. Oh, you saying you don't want them to be involved in that process?
So it sounds like, sounds like what she's saying is you are going to have to contract people to go to the home, do the survey and the collection at the same time, no?
No.
Because we don't have anybody to do that.
No, I'm not, I'm saying even if we have to do it, and we say independently whole, I'm saying that I don't want the city to be any part of this because people they have no reason to trust city government for being poisoned. I get what you're saying, but I think afterwards, once they got the water, then have them go. You know, let people, why do they have to go? That's imposing something else and delays it. Go get the water and start testing it. I mean, what do we know what's in the water now? Mold, we know mildew. There's some who still have lead. It could be cyanide, PFAS, TTHMs. You know, we need to have a general list. I mean, having this navigate, that's just prolonging and putting it off.
But what I'm saying, and I hear exactly what you're saying. I think we're saying the same thing, but what I'm saying to you is whomever goes and tests the water for us has to have them fill out that survey as they're collecting the water, because you need to know, because the company that's going to analyze it needs to know what's happening in the water.
So is the company requiring that we do a survey, or do they have their own survey?
So generally, and I'm not sure who, but the labs that he mentioned the last time that he was here, because we also work with we work with those labs, right? And so what those labs do is you have to come in and tell them what you want tested. They don't send anyone out to collect. They don't do that part. Once you turn, I'm going to bring this water to them, and then they're going to say, perfect. What are we testing for? They're going to check on their sheet what they're testing for, and they're only going to test for what you ask them to test for. They do not come out and do the collection. They don't do any of that. Generally, people send the water to them themselves. So the only, and if you go the route of having people send the water themselves, you have to think about human error and them not collecting it how it should be. Whether you're doing, so if you're doing EPA testing, it has to be the first catch. The water has to have been stagnant. And
At
then
least 6 hours.
Correct. And then stagnant, standing, whichever works for you. And then on top of that, you have a chain of custody of, you have to make sure there were no contaminants, nothing touched the inside, touched the top, any of that. So you have to have all of that process in place. And then, and you can always have people collect the water and send it themselves. But again, you are bumping up against that human error part of they may do something incorrectly. Then also, if you tell people you have to send it by a certain time, some people might miss that window. Some people may leave it in their car, and depending on what it gets tested. So there are a lot of different, yes.
Can we just get the people and hire the people to come out so they can test the water? We're going around and around and around in circles. Can we just get the company, the independent company, so they can come in and test the water? We're talking about how the samples is collected. Let's just find a company that does independent testing and see can we get them to the people home to get the water and get the testing done, or bring them in front of council. So then we'll know what we need to do to sit up and get the testing done. So we have us saying it, right? Because I know you dealing with the water. I do understand that. But we do need a company to come in that we're going to have, and we're going to pay to be the independent testing so they can tell us what we need to do and to move forward. Are we able to do that?
Yeah. I mean, we probably could just ask one of the companies if that's what you
All
desire
right,
to come before
and then
you.
we can get the testing. We can see how long would it take them to come in and test for the people's water and get it analyzed. Can we do that?
I mean, you can ask them all the questions you want to ask.
Right,
If
but
you want me to contact a company to be here in council, I can do that.
And are we able to get a 14-day turnaround to get the water?
They would have to
collected?
answer that question
All right.
for you.
All right, so
Yes.
that's what we're trying to do.
Yes.
All right.
So is that my instruction? You want a company to come here?
I mean, it's up to everybody else what they want to do.
Mr. Chairman.
So, Ms. Burns.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
Just the whole reason why this survey was created was to know, because the cost of testing these items, and was to maintain so that we can be effective with our spending. I'm going to do whatever the body wants. I want the water tested so that people have confidence in their water, or they don't have confidence, or, find a solution to their problem. But I know that when we originally came back and found out that it was $10 for all these tests, and how much it just kept exponentially increasing in the cost, that's why this questionnaire was developed, so that we could reduce the cost but still get the residents' concern met. Whatever the body wants to do at this point, I'm fine with. I have to be, as I have to be conscious of the budgetary restraints we have, because there's no money in the budget for this. But we have to be realistic. We have to be sensitive to the residents. And we also have to be sensitive to the budget. And I'm sorry, because I don't,
Request for
I
information.
understand.
Can't we use that 30% of opioid money? And you can use, it doesn't have to be specific to opioid, that we can use that. So this is a topic, I get you saying budget, but this is something this is people, this is lives. And if we use it for everything else, let's use it for saving someone's life.
Thank you. That is a budgetary answer that needed to be said. And frankly, the opioid funding did not come into my mind when I'm talking about it. I was talking about this past budget, but that is a good source that we could possibly, that is an excellent source of funding for this testing. And so that would answer that whole question. Thank you.
I don't think the $1.8 million for interest has ever made it to our budget either, so. I said, I don't think the 1.8 million that's we collected on interest has made it to our budget either. Councilwoman Johnson, did you need the floor or no? Did you need the floor? Okay. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Then I'm going to close this one out. I don't know where we're at with it. Yeah, wrap it up.
All right. So, Mr. Edwards, you've got a one-part assignment here is to find out if there is a company that will come in and collect the samples for you and have the surveys performed at the same time that they're collecting the sample. That's it. Because obviously we do not want any city employees there. I think like Councilwoman Burns said, the health navigators can go in afterwards. But as far as collecting the actual sample, it does need to be someone that is not connected to the city. So you are going to have to contract someone. The places that do the analysis are not going to come here. So they won't do that part. They'll do the analysis part for you. The most they'll probably tell you is to send the sample in, have them take it and send it in, but you have all that human error that could happen. So now you're looking at finding someone to collect the sample for you. But that feels like another can kick. But I'm telling you that that's what is happening.
Somebody was talking, so I stopped.
So that's where we kind of are with this discussion item of now you are tasked with finding some organization or company that can go in that is not city connected to collect the water and take the survey at the same time. Yep.
Yeah, based on this particular directive, I mean, I can tell you right now what I plan to do is I'm going to contact the company and find out if they're going to do both the collection and the testing. If they tell me they won't do one portion of it, I will be reporting that back to council.
No problem.
There's
See you
no
when
way
you get back.
because there's no way to at that point, there's no direction I can go based on, I don't know how we get people to go to the house and do it the right way. So I will let you know.
Who knows? What do I know? I just do it every day of my life. Who knows?
I will talk to each of the companies that Ms. Best recommended and find out if any of them will fulfill both of those requirements. And then I'll give that reply to the Dean of the Dispatch to each council person.
Mr. Edwards, how soon do you think you can get that information back to us?
I'm sure that, yeah, if I don't know who will make the immediate contact, but I'm sure I could get it done. I don't want to say by Monday, because that would be.
Can Monday be a goal and then hopefully
I'm okay and comfortable with saying, let's try to shoot for that.
Yeah, we'll shoot for that. And if we come up short by a day or two, then that's better than 6 months that we've been battling this back and forth. But for the record, I don't agree with the health questions on the survey. So I just want to put that out there. I don't think that having a child under 6 should determine anything. If we're testing. It doesn't make sense if you're pregnant or not. We're testing.
We can take that off and just leave it for the navigators to discuss when they see
Well, what is that? What factor does that have to do with testing the water if it's polluted, whether or not somebody is pregnant in the household?
Because what happens is if it comes back and there is an issue, then you know where to send them, healthcare wise. You know who's affected and how they're affected. Because there are
Well,
studies
I think that should come back in the after report to say, your water came back with these contaminants. If you are pregnant, or if you have migraines, or if you have children under this, please contact that. That's the way I think that it should go. All right. So I will close out that discussion item. That discussion item is closed. Thank you, Mr. Edwards, on that. On to the next discussion item. Madam Clerk, you can just turn the clock off for the rest of the night because we're going to get the city business done. The next discussion item is city council ad hoc committees. Been there, done that, tried that, but it's a discussion item requested by council president, so I will turn the floor over to you to
Thank you very much. So there are some key areas that obviously constantly come up here, some things that I know that we do not necessarily stay on top of getting quarterly reports. I want to consider these ad hoc committees and not have them be like, turn into a heavy lift for everyone. So at this time, Mr. Edwards, if you could please join us with your designees for each of these discussions here at the table. Thank you. I'm gonna just go out of order.
What's your discussion on?
These
You
are
know, for blight.
these are the ad hoc, but I'm
You know you don't like them ad hoc.
talk about it.
It's 10 o'clock.
I know, that's why I'm gonna breeze through them. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sticking around. I know it's 10 o'clock for us all. So I do want to start, again, we're going to start with number 2, Water Committee, because I know that Mr. Marwan, I'm sorry, we do not know your last name. If you could go ahead and introduce yourself, name and title.
Director of Public Works, and I oversee the water treatment plant and the sewer treatment plant.
Thank you. And so I know you've come to council a couple of times. We just, for whatever the reason, we never made it to you in your being able to introduce yourself. Mr. Edwards, you sent an email earlier. I can't find it. If you could please explain the 50% that he is responsible for, because I don't want to get that incorrect.
Yeah, yes. The design is that for DPW is a director heading it up, 2 deputies. A deputy is responsible for the water plant and water pollution control, and then a deputy that would be responsible for transportation and the water service center. So Mr. Marwan, his area of responsibility is both the plants, the water treatment plant, or water pollution control as it's referred to, and the water plant.
All right, thank you so much. And before we get into what the proposed idea for this ad hoc committee is, I do want to give my colleagues a chance to, because I know there were some questions that we did have for Mr. Marwan, especially regarding the administrative consent order and maybe some other things that fall under his purview. If anyone would like the floor at this time.
Madam Chair, or I'm gonna interject. And
You want to do it?
no, I want just to stick with this. I don't want to open it broad because we'll be here all night.
Okay, no problem.
The ACO is a whole animal on itself. So if we can stay directly to
No problem.
that.
So the whole point in these, in trying to form ad hoc committees, obviously, we're talking about the water, so we're discussing what we would do is have people who are responsible for one. We're going to move the water testing, if you all agree, under the water ad hoc committee, so that someone is staying on top of that, making sure that we're getting what we need in a timely manner to get those homes tested. Then the second thing, water rates, we know that that meeting is coming up and that we should have a presence there, and we just need basically someone to come report back on that. So we have water rates, water testing, and then the water infrastructure, which is the stuff that goes into the administrative consent order. And so instead of all of these things getting lost in the shuffle because you have 9 people who are trying to keep up with it, I think that we need to designate 2 people to keep up with it. I am ready to appoint, but I'm also ready to hear if one person would like to volunteer. Y'all not gonna volunteer, really? Golly. Okay, so I will, she's gonna kill me, she's not here. But I will put Councilwoman Winfrey Carter and, she's gonna kill me. And Councilwoman Lewis, only because, don't know. Even if they don't have to talk, they just talk to the administration? Okay, I won't do that. So then I will put, Vice President. How you doing? I need you to step up for me real quick. I need you to step up. What? Yeah, I'm appointing right now. And so I'm asking you, Vice President, to step up and be on the Water Committee with Councilwoman Lewis. So, and this is going to make sure that we stay on top of water rates, the testing that we're doing with Mr. Edwards, and then also staying on top of anything with the administrative consent order and water infrastructure. Not necessarily reports, but what we'll do is, as updates come for the water testing, you two will update the council on where we are in that process. And then with the other two, with the water rates and water infrastructure, the administrative consent order, we'll just report on that every month if there are reports to have. You work with the administration. Mr. Edwards is who you will work with to get your updates so that you can present to the council. And then if we have any questions that we would like responses to, you all will work with the administration to get us the responses.
Point of information.
Yes, ma'am.
I think when we're talking about the administrative consent order, it's really hard if you don't really understand it too. That's a huge responsibility.
I agree. So one of the ways we get understanding is by doing. And so.
No, it's not.
Would you like, can I put you on the water committee then?
Well, here's the thing.
I'll put you on there.
Well, here's the thing, that
With
administrative
Mr.
consent order, which is
Go ahead.
coming up, and the drinking water. I don't know if, say your last name.
You can just go with
I'd like to
Barwan Salahuddin, it is.
So Haladdin.
Salahuddin.
Salahuddin.
You got it. You almost got it.
Okay. So I think that where we have coming up for the drinking water revolving loan, what people don't understand is that once, and you should have been in this class that they just had. When we sign on to take that revolving loan, that means that our rates automatically go up because of infrastructure. And that's not what people don't understand, that part. And that administrative consent order is a whole nother beast. And it's,
So Councilwoman Burns, because you have a grasp on it, would you like to work with the Vice President to make sure that we're staying on top of it? Again, the reports are just coming as
Councilman Jared on it.
the Vice President. All right, so we have an ad hoc committee there. 9 and 6, thank you. Moving on, I am going to do the infrastructure committee, and Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Johnson. I'm volunteering you to be on that infrastructure committee with me. And basically, we're going to pay attention to streets, sidewalks, trees. We're going to stay on top of that type of stuff. Is everybody good there? I know we do have Mr. Schiller here with us tonight. I know you were prepared to just kind of give us an update on where we are with pavements and the potholes and any pertinent information for that. Go ahead.
Who are you?
No.
I'm Dan Schiller with City of Flint Street Maintenance, the interim.
So you're the,
transportation.
well, welcome. Dan, how long have you been here with the city?
29 years.
And so what position were you in prior?
Foreman for the street maintenance. I was a foreman over there.
So you worked with John Daly?
Oh, yeah.
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 Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys. All right, what do you need for the, okay.
So currently, how many streets are slated to be paved this year? And also give an update on the, we have a lot of potholes happening. So how many potholes have we fixed so far? How many potholes are we slated to fix? How many have been reported from the hotline number?
Potholes. We, one, I'm sorry.
You're fine. Everybody's nervous their first time.
All right. The streets that are going to be paved this year that we're planning on paving. So far, it's like 24 streets. 24 streets.
Do we have that list?
That's around 4,200 linear feet.
Oh, he got numbers.
Mm.
What are the
Davison
streets?
Road's going to be done. That's 24. I count it like we got 24, and that's internally. And then the contractors are going to do another 8. And okay, and that'll be all right. Hang on here. All right, so external, they're going to be doing around 5 miles. That's what's already planned to do, and then we're doing 8 miles internally. And what else did you? The sidewalks, did you want to know? I got a little bit on that. There's been 30 addresses as of, in the 50/50 program, as of 6/30 of 25. And then for paving, the, okay. As of 6/30 of 2025, on major streets, we spent $8,461,000. And then on the local streets, we did $6,361,000 on the local streets last year, up until 6/30 of 25. The ARPA funds, the ARPA sidewalks, 493 squares or flags. That's 12,450 square feet. That's what we spent $2 million on last year. $2 million went on. Yeah, this contract's still ongoing. I don't know.
Okay. I think, thank you for those numbers and those updates. I know that with the sidewalks, I don't know if you were able to get those numbers from Ms. Newman. And with the sidewalks, it's just how many are slated to be repaired for this season. And then also, because I know we cannot start working on them right now because the weather is not permitting, but how many sidewalks are slated to be repaired? How many sidewalks are being repaired with the ARPA dollars? How many are on that list? And then if you have any information about how many are on the 50/50 list.
Not what's coming up. That would be from the other for this next year. Yeah.
Yeah, just to fill in the gap with the ARPA program portion of it, he read the numbers of what we completed through June 30th, and we've been moving from ward to ward to handle that. So last year they were working in wards 1, 3, 5, and 8. I don't think they got 8 finished or actually got through it. So that would be one of the places they would be starting and moving through to the rest of the wards.
With the sidewalks?
Yeah, well, you gave $2 million.
ARPA.
You gave $2 million in ARPA for sidewalks. You also gave $2 million for tree problems and tree issues related to sidewalks. So the company finished all 9 wards for the tree aspect. And so now the sidewalk aspect is where they're at. They're still evaluating, because what happens is they locate trees that are causing the elevation of sidewalk. And if the tree has issues where it can be trimmed and save the tree, they want to do that versus just remove the tree and try to put the sidewalk piece in. So that evaluation is going on as we continue to move through all the wards.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any?
While we're on, this is infrastructure, yeah?
Yes.
Mr. Edwards, where are we with the street light conversion and that we approved to go to LEDs a year ago? Like, where are we at with that project?
Well, there's a certain percentage that consumers already engages in. And so right now, as far as I know at this point, they were working to finalize how they were going to move through the city and complete a contract on.
Have we, trying to think of the dollar value that we gave them.
It was
substantial, two something, right?
2.3 or 2.8.
Yeah.
So and that was,
I think it's 2.3.
And that was in 2024, I think that we did that. So we're in 2026 and they haven't even gathered a plan on how they're going to execute it?
They did provide a plan. I would say this just to,
And if you don't know, that's fine, but if you can get us the
No,
information.
I wanted to clarify something. Some of the operationally working with consumers, there is some clarity that the administration is working to get around some of the activities, some of the light activities, as well as consumers' activities that have gone on in the city. And so whatever agreement was between the city and consumers in years past has, let's just say, no one can really put their fingers on exactly the terms of that. So we've been working with consumers to get a better understanding of how we fulfill these requirements, like the street lights, how we're going to move forward and get the street light project. So there have been several discussions and plans put together over the last few months to move forward with that.
So have we written them a check yet on any
No,
of the 2.3?
that's a no.
Okay.
That's a no.
So if you can just follow up and give us some kind of what we can expect from that contract this summer, that would be appreciated.
Yes,
Because
sir.
I know that we have a lot of streetlights that are out, which is one thing, but we have a lot of, we're leaving a lot of money out there according to their ROI of how much our dollars we're going to save by going to LED. So the longer we wait, the longer that ROI takes us, and we have a lot of dark spots too. So I think that will resolve a lot. So if you can get some kind of update on what the council and what more importantly, the residents can expect as far as the streetlight initiative this summer, it would be much appreciated.
Yes.
That's all I have.
I have questions.
Councilwoman Burns.
So what streets, because if you have 24, what streets are you paving?
What streets? It would be Kersley Street, Chavez to Crapo, Robert T. Longway, Chavez to Minnesota, Davison Road, Dort to Center, Averill, Richfield to Leith, and then we're gonna mill, prep and pave. That's like the first phase. We're gonna do it 3 times.
On all those addresses or all those streets that you
Yes,
just
that's
said?
a mill, prep and pave. And then we'll call them back after we're done mill, prep and paving. After we're done paving them, then we'll call the mill back in again, and we're gonna do Clio Road, Dayton, Pasadena, DuPont, West Home to Foss, Chevrolet, Stockdale to Mackin, Welch, Dayton to West Ballinger, Prospect to Flushing, Hamilton, DuPont to Mason. That'd be like a 5-day mill prep mill, and then we'll pave them after that. And then the third round, end of the summer, would be Lapeer Road, Court to Howard, and then Averill to Center. Lapeer Road, Court to Howard, and then we're gonna jump over and go from Averill to Center, and then Robert T. Longway, Dort to Center, Grand Traverse, Atherton to Hemphill, and then Grand Traverse northbound. But we probably won't. That can change. That's not like etched in stone because that's a concrete street, and we said mill it, and we're not going to mill it. That'll be just a prep and pave.
And so milling lasts us what, hopefully 8 to 10 years?
If you mill it
And you're going
pave it,
down about
it'll
what?
go
2 to 3? How far down are you going?
About 4 inches
About 4 inches, so we
Yes.
get with winter.
to mill it. Oh,
Yeah, so we getting about what, 8 to 10 years, 7 to 10?
It depends on what street is it. It can go up to
Yeah,
20
high
years.
traffic.
It
Are-
can go 20 years.
Not here, it doesn't.
Some of them, yeah.
Yes.
I give it a good 10.
Yeah, unless they're, and we went through the milling process. So are you doing, because it is absolutely terrible, Welch and Ballinger?
We can change that.
That is
can be-
terrible.
It's debatable. I mean,
That whole four-way section, and it's been dug up so many times because of water main breaks. It's a busy intersection. It is terrible. And it should have been paved. We did Welch, but we did not do that intersection where it's Brownell. Brownell turns into Ballinger and Welch and, yeah.
Okay, there's some more. Let me look.
Oh, okay. Can you send us that list? That way you don't have to,
Yeah.
if that's okay with Mr. Edwards? If you can share that with us?
No problem, but I think that right now, as we put these in as the projected plan, and part of this is me beginning to evaluate it from what was done previously. And so we're still solidifying a few things, knowing that the construction season is coming.
It's coming.
Yes, we're still, the outside vendors, we've already committed ourselves to that. But when we're talking about internal, local streets, there's still some evaluation conversation. Because I'll tell you, one of the conversations that we're having is to make sure that the infrastructure beneath the street, even if the street is in poor condition, we need to have some conversations around our water service center and make determinations if the infrastructure beneath the street is in poor
Like
condition.
Miller Road, where they
Yeah,
paved
yeah,
over
we
Miller
don't-
Road.
yes.
Had to dig it back up.
That's what I'm
didn't
talking
have
about.
the
We don't want to
money.
do that this
Yeah.
year. We don't want to be tearing up streets that are newly paved. So we need to have conversation with the water service center to determine what 24-inch, 12-inch water main beneath the street is in very poor condition, and that street is also in poor condition. Those will be the first
So
priorities.
then we have to find funding for
Request
both.
for information. Is this potentially going to work in conjunction with what we approved a couple of weeks ago with the surveying of the infrastructure, the water system? We approved some equipment being used for leaks.
That was leak
Yeah.
detection.
May this inform some of that, or may some of that inform some of this?
I'm sorry. You'll have to give me some
So
clarity.
I want to say last council meeting, we approved monies to be used to do surveying of water infrastructure, where they take some kind of specialized microphone. I almost had the
For
impression
leak
that-
detection.
Yeah, leak
Oh, that's
detection.
on the sewer side.
Yeah, that's not
That's a sewer
on
side,
that
not the
side.
water
So that's
This is
not going to
water
have anything to
mains.
do with what?
No.
With
No.
this,
No, that's
that
a
doesn't
sewer
work
side.
at all together.
No.
Okay, thank you
No
for that.
So are you
clarification.
going to, please put on that list Ballinger, and let me, we need Ballinger on there, Ballinger, Welch, McClellan. Not only do I live over in that area, so does the mayor, and so does the police chief. They got to know how bad that road is.
You can do that.
Yeah, it is horrible.
Some of those, if I may, some of those streets that you have named,
Well, I'm
based
just
on.
talking about the intersection, that intersection right there, and it goes out because they paved, I believe Brownell, they paved Welch, but that intersection, Ballinger right there, Ballinger was paved between Court and Corona. It was not paved right there at that intersection is weird. Where you got Welch, you go that way, you got Brownell, you got that little side street, that's the one way that go behind Haskell Center. That whole that intersection, that needs to be paved because they keep digging it up. So they should have replaced the mains at this time.
So that infrastructure, and they done dug it up about 3 or 4 times. It's terrible. But are the subcontractors doing the work, or is the city internally? And do you know how to operate that equipment?
I do.
You do?
Yes, and
Okay.
yes, and that is, we are doing right there at that intersection I know you're talking about, from Ballinger. It's from Dayton back to Ballinger.
Yep.
And that intersection, I know right where you're talking about. It's horrible.
It's horrible.
But yeah, we just patched that, by the way.
Yeah, and it's still horrible.
Yeah, and we're going all the way up to Pasadena.
Yep.
I think I said that, right?
Yep.
Dayton, Pasadena, but then we're going back to Ballinger. I know it's
So how many of the subcontractors are paving how many of these?
Contractors are paving majors.
They're doing the majors.
road, the eight identified majors that were put
And then
out.
the other
to
24 is the city?
Well, the remaining ones, yeah, will be.
24 will be a city. I can tell, I mean, external contractors are doing Richfield. You want to know?
I do, please.
Okay. They're doing Richfield Road from that's mill prep and pave, the external contractors. Franklin to Branch, Ann Arbor Street, I-69 to 2nd Street, Pershing Street, Zimmerman to Miller Road, Glenwood Avenue, Court Street to Fox Street, East Boulevard Drive, Dort Highway to Pearson, East Pearson Road, East Boulevard Drive to Western, which that's horrible. Kersley Street, Crapo to Thompson, Davison Road, Lewis to Dort, and then Stewart from Saginaw to Andrews. That's what the external contract, that's probably.
And then the rest, so you know how to work the equipment, the rest is the city is going to be paving?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how's that piece of machinery holding up? That mill prep, it takes, it's a big machine.
To mill it?
To mill it, because we have a milling and a paving machine.
We have a paving machine, yes.
Do we use that one?
The paving machine, yes, we do. It's like 5 years old. It's on it's a track.
I remember we got it.
It's in pretty good shape. I mean, it's a good paver.
It's a good
And the
paver.
mill we contract out. We call
Okay.
Shaw Contracting
Shaw
and
Contracting.
schedule them.
Okay, those are, thank you.
Okay.
Clyde, I'm going to say one thing before somebody else takes the floor. One of the busiest sections of the city, and you and I both know well, at shift changeover is from the block to Miller Road, getting on I-69, and that is way from Hammerberg, from Miller to the block is one of the worst areas, and it gets the most traffic. So why are we doing Pershing from Miller to Corona and not the other side of the road where it's 3 times as bad?
I'm sorry, I was following, but I missed that part.
He said that we're doing Pershing from Zimmerman to Miller, and like the worst road is right there from the block to get on 69 and further.
Oh, you're talking about right there with the decorative lights?
Yes.
That's what you're talking about.
I'm talking
That's
from
that area
I'm
going
talking
towards
from Miller to the block that everybody paints. From 12th Street. That street right there is the worst, and it gets so much traffic with shift change and everything else from the plant. It's horrible. And like even the patch jobs are like, we're seeing rebar that.
Yeah.
And if my wife tells me one more time that she's going to ruin the car driving on that road, I'm going to drive it through the front door of the city hall.
You're right. It is a major, it's a concrete street. We'd have to, that might be something the contractors might have to do, because to prep and pave that, you're putting.
Yeah, it is like, it's concrete and it's been patched so many times with asphalt, and it's like, I don't know how many complaints I get it, and I'm like.
Yeah, and if we paved it, it would hold, it'd look nice, flat and black for
a year.
5 years. Yeah, maybe even, okay, I was going to say 5, but yeah. We can work on that.
It's considered part of the majors. And
so I guess real quick, what defines a major from a minor? Obviously, a minor would be a side street going down a neighborhood, but what's a major is like what I was told that
It could be 4 lane. I mean, a major is Hammonburg, 12th Street's a major. Dort Highway, Saginaw Street,
So there's no, is there a defined definition, or is it just based on what we think of?
just what, yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
okay,
there's
okay.
no, because it could be a 4-lane. I ain't gonna tell you it could be a 4, because there is 3-lane majors.
Yep, but many of them are regulated by MDOT. I mean, like you have Corona Road.
Yeah.
They're part of the MDOT artery structure. All of those are considered major. Dort Highway, Corona Road, Miller, all of those are considered part of the MDOT artery structure. So anyone that's part of that structure is automatically a major road.
Okay. I would like, if we can find, even the worst of the patch jobs that we get every year on Hammerbird right there don't last through the winter. So it's a little section that is kind of, it's out of sight, out of mind, because it's not a major thoroughfare per se to the city, but so much traffic goes in through there because of the plant that it gets probably one of the highest traffic little stretches that nobody thinks about. So
I was told in meeting with the accountant, we talked about the fact that there's a certain amount of dollars that we should be working towards expending out of our major fund. And so we weren't really even close to that. Like I said, that plan was made, the plan that we have right now for the majors was made last year. But I'm told and advised that there are dollars that we could look at, and still, if we can pull something together, maybe in the early part of the construction season, we could possibly have a second major project going, set of projects going. So that's one, to your point, that's one that would rank right up there that we can consider in the second allotment.
just please consider it. I don't want to put any undue pressure on you, but it's a bad situation. It's a bad situation. And if you get on 69 to go anywhere, I'm sure that you feel that as well. So, okay. Anyone else in this one? I guess, I'm sorry, it's yours.
Oh, no.
This is your special.
You're so funny. I think you're it. Okay, so for the, thank you. For the infrastructures ad hoc committee, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman Mashat, Water, Vice President Jared, Councilwoman Burns. So then we're on to Blight, and that is going to be Councilwoman Priestley and Councilwoman Alameen. And with the Blight, what's in here, I know, Mr. Brown, you can't speak to it tonight, but Councilwoman Priestley, one of the things that we're going to need to be on top of is the NSO reporting that we're supposed to get that we do not get every month. So if you could please get on top of that. Illegal dumping is probably something you're going to talk to the chief about. I'm not sure where Blight fits in with that, but in order to get the numbers for that and what's happening with that, you'll probably have to get with the chief. And then I don't know if there's other Blight numbers. He's sitting here not for Blight. He's actually technically Heather Griffin today, so that's why I'm zooming through Blight. Yeah, so that's why I'm zooming through Blight, because he's Heather today. And so that's it for the Blight. With the public safety, we will scrap that for now. I think that's just something we should all do as a council. I know Councilwoman Burns is going to stay on top of it anyway. So we should we're going to scrap that for now. So we do have our 3 ad hoc committees. Just one more before we move on to Ms. Griffin, AKA Mr. Brown. I know that Councilwoman Burns was really waiting for Mr. Marwan to be here. So I do want to at least give her 5 minutes to, because she did ask.
I did. And
So
thank
go
you.
ahead.
So, I know I did meet you before, but we didn't have it on our schedule to, for you to speak. And so I know that you're the deputy. Mr. Edwards did follow back up with that following Monday to have you here. There was no space for, I don't think we had anything on our agenda that we could, pull you in. So you come to us from, is it Canada? And you worked from Detroit prior?
I worked with I worked with Detroit Water and Sewage Department as an engineer 3, senior engineer.
Are you an engineer?
Yeah, I'm a civil engineer by profession. I have a bachelor's in civil engineering.
Okay. And so how long did you work for the water department or the Department of Public Works in Detroit?
About 4 years.
About 4 years? Okay. Well, welcome to, I didn't know who you were.
Thank you. Thank you so
I
much.
did not. I'm like, I don't know him.
Thank you.
And so thank you for coming that prior time, and Mr. Edwards asked you to come.
Pleasure.
And you're here again tonight, so I appreciate that. So I won't prolong it at all. And I just appreciate, there's a lot of projects, and that's later I get into the ACO, which I am concerned about, those projects. And also in that, like I say, that class, when we're talking about those revolving loans, I don't know if you have, or if you work with Mr. Edwards on getting, where we're at on those loans, but it is a fact that if we take up those loans, that means our water rates automatically go up. And so that is going to be, and we have to complete these projects, even if they're forgiven, and so us agreeing to it, I don't even know, do we have an updated spreadsheet on what's to be completed on the ACO?
We did send that.
My laptop hasn't been
Yep.
working.
Mr. Edwards sent that in.
Who?
Mr. Edwards sent that in to the council.
Okay. Oh, you talking about we did the Torrey Road, we have Torrey and the.
Yep, we have the Tory Road booster station and the Northwest Transmission Main.
And the Northwest
That are the two
Transmission
major
Main.
projects.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Those are the two major projects in this ACO
That we have, that we're going to do.
that we have to do, yes.
And so, but there are other projects that are on there. I don't have my list in front of me.
Sure.
Can you name off the other projects on
So
that we need
those
to
are
complete?
those are the two major projects as of like projects, construction projects. The rest are
Can
some
you state the rest?
Sure.
Thank you.
So it's the list starts from cross connection control program, which is done. So basically, we have it's completed on behalf of Eagle, as we have for the commercial program we have a contractor doing that, and for the residential we're doing that in-house. So that is complete. The second one is Cedar Street Reservoir, which is almost complete now, about 85-90% right now. The second one is Cedar Street Pump Station, same, about, I have the exact breakdown, 90% complete as of today.
Was that 92% complete on the spreadsheet you sent us?
Yes, it is
Okay.
updated, yeah, everything is
Thank you.
updated on the sheet. Then the Tory Road booster station study, which is 100% complete. And then the Tory Road booster station construction, which is we have already on 26th March submitted to the council for the planning document, for which we're going to be submitting to Eagle for, for the grant application.
And that's where we have is it the public hearing? That's going to be for the 29.6 million?
Yes. Yes, correct. With that, we have the distribution system valve study that is undergoing about 90% complete. We have the second item is record keeping. It is also 100% complete. We have 2 people in-house doing that. Northwest Transmission Main is again the construction project which we're gonna talk about. And then we have some positions
That need to be filled?
They need to be filled, yep.
Okay. So, question, are all of our service lines complete in the city of Flint for replacement? Checked, excavated, look to see if they need to be changed? Are they complete?
So service line, water service center is not under my jurisdiction. We have Dan Hudson, who's the water supervisor, has been
Dan-
recently hired, and he's the one responsible for that.
So Dan, I know the state is completing them. Who is Dan?
Howard, and he likes to be referred to as Dan. Howard Hudson, he was recently hired.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Howard?
Yeah, his real name is Howard Hudson, but he tells us to refer to him as Dan. He's been here before you.
I remember him, we talked to him
Yeah,
about the
yeah, he
meters,
was the taller
about the
guy.
Badger meters.
Yes.
Okay.
He is the water. He is
So
what
Howard
Paul
Hudson
Simpson
wants
used
to be
be
called
doing.
Dan.
Yeah, he likes to be called Dan.
Okay. Okay,
But he's doing what Paul Simpson did before.
okay. Is Paul working with
As a
under the
contractor.
30, okay, yeah,
He's a-
under the
he's
30
a-
hours?
He's an inspector. I mean, but of course, Paul is a wealth of knowledge in many
He's been
other
here since he
ways.
graduated, I
Yeah,
believe.
But he's an inspector. We have 3 inspectors that are still, that's our function in the remaining line replacement. We send 3 city inspectors that engage in the project. They, of course.
So are we done with service line replacements?
No, it's not.
It's not, okay.
No.
And thank you
We're on the
for,
last, we're less than 1% though. We're right there.
okay, because we keep getting reports that it's completed. And we
No,
need to be truthful
no,
with
we
the
were
public.
completed. No, ma'am. We said we completed the litigation. We did complete the litigation, the lawsuit. Not that was separate from the minister's lawsuit was separate from the line replacement as a whole.
So
We
you're
did
saying we
complete the-
completed with the NRDC in the
That's
past
right.
with concern?
In fact, while we're speaking, on this forum, it should be known that as of March, there will be no more water filters, and the state was designated to go 1 year after we complete the actual lawsuit. We completed that last March. So this March, it will nullify, the state will have no more responsibility to provide any water filters or water devices or any of that stuff.
And that's a whole, and thank you for sharing that, because that was part of the concerned pastors agreement, that 1 year afterwards.
Yes.
But have we completed restoration?
I'm sorry?
Has restoration been
No,
completed?
that's also, yeah, it's about, right now, it's an estimate just over 800 in terms of lines. Those are lines to be fully checked. They may not all need replacing, but those are people that didn't give us the consent over these 9 years, 5 years, or whatever.
So-
Restoration is about 600, roughly about somewhere in the neighborhood.
I
of
thought it was
600.
I got an email that it was 800 and 900 service lines need to be complete. That came from Eagle with Eric Oswald, that we had 900 service lines to be complete, and we had 800 restoration. So I don't know why the city and the state can't be on the same line, but we need to be on the same line in the same book, because that's a big difference. We're saying none, and they're saying we are not. Eagle is saying, no, we are not done. That's a discrepancy. That's a problem.
We're not done. I didn't say we were
Yeah.
done with anything. We're not done with line replacement or restoration. I just said it was all about whatever message was out there before. It was about the lawsuit and finishing every time we came before you, we were talking about closing out the lawsuit, and we finally did that.
Okay.
Mr. Edwards, can you get us documented numbers of what is
Yes.
remaining so that we can
Yes.
stop with the ranges and say that we have 200 left or we have 100 left or whatever that number is?
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. And I know it's been a long night, and appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm yielding the floor.
Okay, then I will close that discussion item out, and we're gonna buzz through the last discussion item real quick of city-issued garbage bins about being stolen. Any colleague want the floor on that?
Absolutely. I will go ahead and take the floor. This discussion item was requested by Second Ward Councilmember Lewis, who has since left the meeting. So we'll go ahead and move forward on her discussion item without her. And it was just basically a discussion item requested by Second Ward Councilmember Lewis in order to discuss stolen issued city garbage bins. I can't speak to what exactly she wanted with this, but I know we do have someone here this evening to speak to it. And we will move forward. I know that we have a lot of garbage bins that are being, I'm going to say, they are, okay, we'll say,
Mislocated.
there we go. They've been relocated from their original homes. And so when we first agreed to, go with the company, we were told to get the grant, to receive the grant for the garbage bins. We were told that those serial numbers on those garbage bins would be able to be scanned, and that if a garbage bin somehow ended up at an address different from the one it was assigned to, that the scanner would read that, and then we would be able to properly relocate it to its correct residence. Is that something that we're able to do?
As far as I know, yes. I talked to Heather in regards to that. And what we've done is through Mr. Edwards, we've talked to the, what's his title? Deputy Chief Ancliffe, and we had a meeting with him to find out how we can utilize, the NSO officers to enforce some more or expand their boundaries as far as what they were doing to help us enforce them. He's on board with us trying to formulate some way that we can go and get those and see how we can charge. That's what we need to figure out, how we can charge and make an applicable charge to them stealing the carts. We also have what we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing a house audit, in regards to the waste collection piece, and we're going to be counting houses. And at that time, we can probably look at the house and count the garbage cans while we're there. And then if the serial number doesn't identify with the house, we can find out where it's supposed to go.
4 years we've been asking for that, at least,
For the.
to know how many, if the garbage contract was right.
Yeah.
4 years on this audit.
I have a question, because I noticed when you guys put.
You gotta get to the floor.
I'm sorry. Madam, Mr. Chair?
No.
She's got the floor.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, okay, I have a question for you. So how would we know if, because when you guys put out garbage cans, there was so many people, and I was standing, because I was on my bus looking at them, stealing people's garbage cans, right?
Stealing them.
Still doing it.
Stealing garbage cans, everything. So how do you know if the garbage cans wasn't mixed up, or that they put the garbage cans in the right
Because they took pictures.
place? I didn't see pictures taken.
Well,
They were doing.
there was some kind of
identifying.
there was some kind of defining information in regards to placement of those cans. I understand what you're saying as
Like
well.
my son's garbage can was stolen immediately. He didn't get it, so his garbage can was stolen. We don't know who stole it, but then they dropped off a garbage can across the street that no one actually used, that he ended up using the garbage can. So this is what is happening. People was coming around that didn't stay in our city or did stay in our city, and they were getting garbage cans. So the garbage cans were stolen immediately. Then you had garbage cans at vacant houses that no one didn't get. So I think he's actually, I'm gonna be honest, using the garbage can across the street because his was stolen. So what do you do in those aspects? Or we have people that has moved in my area that do not have a garbage can, right?
Well, I know she had told me today that we don't have the capacity for a lot of replacements. So we do have funding available to be able to replace some of them because they have to be through the service provider. So we're trying to figure all that out. And the only thing I can tell you is that's under my vision now. So I'm trying to figure out what the best solution is for the residents as far as how we're going to get it. And because we can't do anything about it as far as that goes, I think the house audit was the best way to capture all that, because we can find out, we're going to kill two birds with one stone. We're going to make sure that we're getting what we're paying for as far as the garbage collection, and then we can be able to collect that information for the cans
So you
too.
said we do not have, because I've seen a lot.
Well, what do you mean when you say,
I seen a lot of garbage cans because I went over there because they didn't pick up some garbage in my area, and I went over there to talk to the people, and I seen lots and lots.
oh yeah, I'm not disputing that. I think that this is the best way that we can figure this whole thing out, because as far as I'm concerned, if you stole my garbage can, I'm not going over your house to try to get it back. It's too, I'm not trying to be confrontational with you or anything, but those numbers are there for a reason. And we do have a law that will identify who's supposed to have that. And it might be just a situation that you just take it back over there. Cause I've seen, we do abatement properties all the time. And some of these people have, in a single dwelling, have 4 dang on garbage cans. Or 6 in some places. So I think that's the best way for us to resolve the issue. Let me work with the NSOs and the police chief. I mean, Deputy Chief Ancliffe. Let's find out how we can find out what's going on from that standpoint, and then we can probably resolve everything at once.
So are the people able to get garbage cans that don't have the garbage cans? That they were stolen?
Yeah, they can steal one. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. But yeah, they can. She has a list and she's going on that list. So if you have names and addresses of people, I'm pretty sure she's probably already got them. But we can make sure that they get a garbage can.
So as it relates to, because there were a couple of homes where they had more than one set of garbage bins and recycling bins delivered to them. They called and reported it, and the second set was never picked up. And so is there now going to be a process where the second set of bins are finally picked up from the homes that accidentally received 2 sets of bins?
I wonder, I'm not sure. I will check with her in the morning and make sure if there's a process that we can follow, because if there are people out there that have additional cans, then we should go and give them. And I don't know whether it's going to be additional charge for us because they were already dropped where they were going to drop them, and then hey, as far as that goes.
All right. Does anyone else have
Madam
any?
Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
So what are the repercussions for taking a garbage can? I mean, are we gonna just go pick our cans up, or?
We should be able to, I think that what we're gonna talk about is determining some kind of penalty for them, for whoever took it, because like Ms. Johnson said, it might have got mixed up and they got delivered.
Well, I know one can didn't get mixed up in Mount Morris.
Yeah.
It did not.
True. See, that's why I worked on Mr.
It did
Ancliffe.
not get mixed up.
That's why I wanted to find
Yeah,
out.
and that was turned in to go pick it up. You take a whole city trash can and take it out to your address on Mount Morris on a dirt road and use it week after week.
Yeah,
And you a council member. That is just, I'm sorry. So
that's why I think, and I don't know whether, I think legal probably would be involved in that as well, because we have to figure out whether
but we don't have an ordinance, I don't think. And would we have to write an ordinance?
That's what I'm going to talk to.
Yeah.
I actually have a meeting with, pardon me, point of information.
Go
Point of
ahead.
It could
information.
go under, it can go under city property. You cannot use in the Flint City Charter anything that belongs to the city for other purposes. And so it's in the charter and it is the ordinance. But I mean, we don't pick up trash on dirt roads in Mount Morris. We don't. And so I'm just saying. And so we do see people with these because they're nice cans, but I'm on the penalty. Are we going to enforce it? And I think when we look at who's going to enforce it and the ability, Chief Green is not going to enforce it. I want them to still kick in doors, trap houses. I want them to listen. I am a team player for that. I don't want them picking up trash cans, okay? Bust them door downs, people who have an illegal liquor stores in their front yard with a trailer. So that really happened in my ward, okay? But no more. I'm gonna give it up to the tactical team. They did their thing. I appreciate them. But I want to say, can Blight writing a ticket doesn't matter to these people.
Well,
can Blight, because they got trucks, pick that can up, leave a notice, and throw it in the back of it. Well, they may stink, though.
I think that when we first started having the conversation, we were talking about maybe giving them a $250 fine. But I think
Giving them
that
how much fine?
the $250, their normal charge, because that's on the master fee schedule. So, but I was thinking that was kind of harsh because it might be a situation where it got to mix up.
Then
with
go to
whatever.
court, it ain't harsh.
Point of information.
What's your point?
I have a meeting with Joanne tomorrow, and I put it on my list to talk to her about how to handle that.
Okay.
Well, Joanne might be a little soft on it. We got council members up here doing it. So I got a whole problem with
At least
that.
we'll know if we need to change an ordinance or something.
I mean, but it states clearly in the charter,
Right.
and that is city property. It belongs to the city. It has the city, a serial number, the city logo, and it has the mayor's name on it, which should not be on there because that's campaigning with city funds, but it is. So I'm just kind of like it is. So I don't know what we're gonna do, but they do. Everybody, you'll see people lined up with 4 or 5 cans. So I don't know. So Judy, would you share what your information is?
I sure will.
Because I don't think that we need to.
Some people have extra cans against their
I'll send
will.
an email to Davina and she can share it to the council.
Yeah, because it states in the charter, you can't use that city property. You definitely can't take it outside in the whole municipality. So I'm done with it now.
Okay, is there anybody else that wants to discuss? Okay, we're gonna end this one and I'm gonna make and we already requested
Motion to
streetlights, so
adjourn.
we're gonna skip that one. Motion to adjourn.
I do want to say that the discussion item for the streetlights that you did speak on, Councilman Pfeiffer, it was requested by the second ward, Councilmember Lewis, and I believe she left before we were able to get to that, so thank you for addressing that.
Motion to adjourn is seconded by Councilwoman in the 7th Ward. Thank you, gentlemen. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin is absent. Dr. Lewis is not in. Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. Government ops is adjourned at 10:52.
The time is now 10:52 PM on Wednesday, February 18th. I hereby call this legislative committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett?
Present.
You have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. Reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. Are there any requests for agenda
Madam
changes
Chair.
and/or additions? Yes.
I'd like to have a 2-minute discussion regarding the email we received from ML this afternoon. Yes. Yes.
I object.
There's been an objection.
We don't have the votes.
All right, so that we will not move ahead from that. Are there any more requests? All right, seeing as how there aren't any more requests, it's now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box was placed at the entrance to the city council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
From what I can see, our one and only speaker is Mr. R.L. Mitchell.
All right. 3 minutes on the clock.
Hello, City Hall. Cut the microphone. technology stuff.
You're on.
I'm on? No, I ain't. Yes, you are. Okay. Okay, I'm all right. About the situation, but for the record, the garbage, matter of fact, Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Hold on, RL, hold on. Madam Clerk, can you switch his mic? His microphone is not on. It's not on.
No, he's just.
RL, have a seat right there and use that microphone with the green. Sit down, buddy. Use the one that's green. Nope. The green one, there you go.
Oh, I know that's right.
Have a seat.
Mixed up.
Start his time.
Yeah, stop it.
Yep, there you go.
Hello. Like I said, my name is R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue. And I remember when the mayor passed out them garbage cans. My house was designed for 2 apartments, but I got 2 garbage cans. I got 2 mailboxes, but I'm a house owner. That's how Flint get mixed up. They all change it around. As a matter of fact, y'all, peoples in Flint stole a whole street, New Jersey Street, with Carolyn McIntyre was born on. The street, I lived on that street one time when I was, anyway, about these, you mentioned about, Mr. Brown was sitting here, he said $250 fine if somebody misplaced a city Flint garbage can out on them dirt road in Beecher. One of our councilmen happened to, you see, they're missing already. They always come hoots with the garbage. Now that Reverend Jesse Jackson, bless his soul, and gone to glory, we still come to cash this check. Martin Luther King lost his life dealing with garbage, and because Jesse Jackson stepped out the way in a nick of a bullet, just the way Trump missed that bullet. King would have missed that bullet if Jesse Jackson wouldn't have stepped out the way. Check that film out in Memphis. All this protest about this garbage stuff, and it ain't going. The main thing, we the people gonna get our money no matter what. And it's all this river racking stuff just to keep citizens from having a little money for getting poisoned with that Flint River stuff on Toward Highway. The dude live in Canada, he just not come, 25 years old, sitting right here. He's just not making a meeting because he's scared he might can't get back across the Canada line. But I know how the guy feel because I remember going over there to Buffalo, New York by myself with my 69 Grand Prix. But now I can't even get close to the Canada Bridge and everybody act like it's a big problem. And it's like I'm taking my money for getting money
Thank
on
you
my
very
work.
much, Mr. Mitchell. Madam Clerk, you said that was our
Wait a minute,
only
wait a minute.
public speaker for the evening. So it's now time for council response.
Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Councilman Pfeiffer.
Motion to adjourn.
There's been a motion to adjourn. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 9th Ward. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk. We are voting to adjourn.
Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The time is 10:58 p.m. Wednesday, February 18th, 2026. This legislative committee meeting is adjourned.
Wow.
I get it.
Miss Judy Priestley, when you gonna make that
I heard
announcement on?
They sent us an email and they want me to do some.
Oh, you think you're slick, Judith?
John got on my, I hadn't even gone in the room yet. He goes,
you and I have to have a conversation, and you're gonna have to talk to these people.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome aboard, sir. A new attorney. You represent me, right? It is. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes. I know that's right. Ooh.
I don't know, I did, I went to mine.
Hey. What you got, man? I ain't got no. That's what I'm talking about.
Give me some money.
Okay. I wonder why I can make them. Give me some money. The food stamp card broke. They broke my food stamp card on purpose.
Bullshit. Give me some money. Give me some money.
I want to try to get another one in the welfare office though.
You lying motherfucker.
Wow. Ooh, wee, man. Man. Ooh. Go ahead, I'm gonna sit down. Wow. Ooh.